What if the veil between life and death is thinner than we can comprehend? As twilight descends upon the ochre plains of Australia, whispers carry on the wind, tales of spirits that dance in the shadows of ancient trees. These are not mere stories. They pulse with the heartbeat of a land that has known thousands of years of unbroken history. Every rock, every ripple in the water echoes with the presence of ancestors who refused to fade into silence. In the flickering light of a campfire, an elder's voice rises, vibrating with a tension that electrifies the air. He speaks of the Dreamtime, a time when the earth was shaped by beings of unearthly power. The flickering flames cast long shadows, hinting at something lurking just beyond the circle of light. What if those stories are not just legends, but warnings? As he recounts the journey of the rainbow serpent, a creature that carved rivers and mountains with its body, the tension thickens. The serpent's wrath is not easily appeased. A flock of crows suddenly takes flight, their caws cutting through the stillness like a warning bell. The elder pauses, his gaze piercing the darkness as if recognizing an unseen presence. The air crackles with a sense of unease, and the listeners lean closer, their hearts racing. Is it merely the flickering shadows playing tricks on their minds, or is there a spirit watching, waiting for the right moment to reveal its secrets? The myths of the Aboriginal peoples are alive with potent symbolism, each tale holding the weight of generations. They speak of a spirit world that intertwines with our own, where ancestors guide and protect, and also seek to reclaim what was lost. The haunting melodies of the didgeridoo echo trails of memory, leading to the lost paths of those who walked before them. Every sound, every silence holds the promise of revelation, yet the cost of understanding may be far greater than anyone dares to imagine. What if these ancestral spirits are not only guardians but also harbingers of change? As the fire crackles, the elder warns of the dangers that come with forgetting. The balance between worlds hangs by a thread. The repercussions of disturbing this delicate harmony could unleash forces more powerful than any weapon. A chill runs through the group as the weight of those words sinks in. Moments pass, tension hovering thick as the night sky. The stars twinkle above, indifferent to the turmoil below, while the spirits of the land watch, waiting for the stories to unfold. The boundary between the living and the dead blurs, and the listeners can feel it. A pull toward the unknown, a curiosity that demands to be satisfied. What truths lie hidden within these tales, waiting to awaken? What ancient powers stir restlessly, longing for recognition? Each heartbeat echoes the urgency of the moment, as the campfire flickers and shadows begin to dance anew. Under the vast, unending sky of Australia, where the sun bleeds into the horizon, there exists a world unseen, a realm of stories, spirits, and ancient wisdom woven into the very fabric of the land. The air vibrates with the whispers of ancestors, echoing through time like haunting melodies. Shadows dance among the trees, and a sense of the sacred lingers in the cool evening breeze. It is here, in this mystical landscape, that Aboriginal mythology comes alive, a tapestry of creation that holds the essence of the oldest living cultures on Earth. Every hill, river, and rock tells a story, each one a chapter in the enduring saga of the Dreamtime, the timeless period when the world was formed by ancestral beings. These beings, powerful and enigmatic, shaped the land, breathing life into it, gifting it with meaning and purpose. They are not just figments of imagination, they are the very ancestors of the people, living on in the stories, songs, and rituals that have been passed down through countless generations. The connection between the people and the land is profound, a bond that transcends the physical and enters the spiritual, a bond that embodies respect, care, and a deep understanding of life. As night falls, the flickering flames of a campfire illuminate the faces of those gathered, each one a vessel of knowledge and experience. Elders recount tales of the rainbow serpent, a being of immense power that carved through the earth, creating rivers and valleys, its movements mimicking the ebb and flow of life itself. Children listen wide-eyed, their hearts racing with wonder and fear. The serpent is both a creator and a destroyer, a force that demands reverence. With every word, a shiver runs down their spines, a reminder of the balance of nature and their place within it. But the stories do not merely entertain. They teach lessons woven with morality, caution, and respect for the natural world. The story of Tidalik, the frog that drank all the water, warns of selfishness and the consequences of greed. It is a tale that resonates through time, urging the young and old alike to always think of the community before oneself. The laughter and gasps of delight from the children punctuate the evening air, breathing life into the ancient tales, reminding everyone present of the continuity of culture, the passing of knowledge like a sacred fire. The richness of Aboriginal mythology is also woven into their connection to the stars. The night sky transforms into a canvas of stories that guide the people through the seasons, a celestial map that speaks of journeys and adventures. The Seven Sisters, a constellation known across clans, serves as a reminder of the ancestral women who traveled the land, their stories and legacies shimmering brightly in the darkness. As the elders point to the stars, their voices intertwine with the wind, carrying the weight of history, a connection to those who walked before them. Yet, this world of myth is not isolated. It exists alongside the day-to-day lives of the people. The rhythms of nature dictate their lives, and the stories unfold in harmony with the changing seasons. Every gathering, every ceremony, flows from the ancient narratives, connecting the past with the present, binding the community together in a shared identity. The colorful ochre used in ceremonies and rock art tells stories of creation, survival, and kinship, bringing forth emotions that run deep, a silent acknowledgement of the scars and triumphs of survival in a land that has seen both beauty and cruelty. The power of these myths is not just in their telling, but in how they resonate with the heart. In a community gathering, as the sun sinks low, emotions swell like the tide. A haunting song rises, echoing through the bushland, carrying with it the weight of sorrow and joy, loss and love. It speaks of the spirits of the ancestors who guide them, reminding the people that they are never alone. The tears shed in this moment are not just for the past, but for the future, a collective hope that the stories will continue to be told, that the bond with the land will remain unbroken. In this ritual space, the sacred and the everyday intertwine seamlessly, making it impossible to separate the two. The stories of the Dreamtime are not confined to the pages of history. They are alive, breathing through the actions and beliefs of the people. Each individual carries a piece of the mythology, a fragment of the Dreamtime that shapes their identity. This is not just a reflection of the past, but a living, pulsing entity that molds the present and influences the future. With dawn approaching, the fire crackles its last embers, whispering secrets of the night. The young ones, filled with wonder, gaze up at the stars one last time, their hearts still racing with the thrill of the stories. As the first light breaks, promising a new day, the connection between the land, the stories, and the people feels unbreakable. The myths do not fade. They linger, like an aftertaste of honey on the tongue, sweet and rich, leaving a mark that cannot be erased. And so, as the sun rises over the horizon, bathing the world in golden light, the characters in this story, both human and spirit, are bound by a shared narrative that whispers of continuity and resilience. The tales will continue, woven into the very essence of life, holding within them the wisdom of ages, ready to guide the next generation. The land, the sky, the stories, they are one and the same, a cycle that perpetuates, that breathes, that lives on. The heart of Aboriginal mythology beats strong, and as the morning unfolds, the yearning for connection and understanding propels us forward, into the next embrace of this timeless narrative. In a time long forgotten, before the sun danced in the sky and the moon whispered secrets to the earth, the world was still and silent. Yet, beneath the surface of the still waters, life simmered with potential. From the depths of this silence emerged beings of extraordinary power, spirits who roamed the land, weaving the fabric of existence with threads of creation. This was the Dreamtime, a sacred tapestry where the lines between the living and the spirit world blurred, a place where stories breathed life into the very soil beneath every footfall. Across the vast stretches of Australia, the ancient peoples carried these stories within them like fire in their hearts. They spoke of the rainbow serpent, a powerful entity that carved rivers and shaped mountains, its scales shimmering with colors that dazzled the eyes and ignited the imagination. This serpent wasn't just a creature, it was a force of nature, a guardian of the earth who held the key to abundance and balance. It slithered through the dreams of the people, guiding them in times of drought and mustering rains that fed the land. As dusk fell and the stars blinked into existence, the elders gathered in the flickering glow of the campfire. Their faces, etched with lines of wisdom and stories untold, became canvases of light and shadow. They began to share tales of the Dreamtime, their voices weaving a spell that wrapped around the listeners like a warm embrace. The children sat wide-eyed, their imaginations ignited by visions of fierce battles between the great spirits and the shadows that dared to disrupt the harmony of the world. Each tale held lessons of love, loss, and the unbreakable bond between the people and the land. But not all stories were gentle. There were whispers of the bunyip, a creature lurking in the swampy depths, its mournful cries echoing through the night, warning of dangers that lay unseen. The air crackled with tension as the elders recounted the chilling tales of those who had strayed too close to the water's edge, drawn in by the haunting melody of the bunyip's song. Faces turned pale as the story unfolded, a reminder that the Dreamtime was not solely a sanctuary of creation. It also cradled fears and teachings wrapped tightly around the human experience. In these moments, the spirit world felt so close one could almost touch it, a veil so thin that the living could hear the whispers of their ancestors. The people believed that their forebears never truly left. They walked beside them, guiding their steps, protecting them from harm. When a child laughed, it was said that the spirits joined in, their laughter echoing across the ages. When a storm raged, the elders would remind the people that it was merely the spirit of a great warrior, wrestling with their fears. Every rock, every tree, and every ripple of water was imbued with meaning. The Dreamtime stories told of the 7 sisters, celestial beings who danced across the sky, their movements marking the seasons and guiding the hunters to food. The people looked up at the stars, tracing the constellations with their fingers, reminding themselves that they were part of something far greater, a cosmic dance where every being, whether human, animal, or spirit, had its role. Yet, as the stories unfolded under the sprawling night, an air of unease began to settle. The world was changing. Nations collided, and the ancient ways faced challenges that threatened to shatter the delicate balance sustained through millennia. The Dreamtime, once a source of strength and stability, was now a whisper in the wind, fading in the face of encroaching darkness. The spirits watched, their hearts heavy with sorrow, as the sacred lands were trampled and the ancient songs silenced. In a moment of stillness, a young girl named Marlee stepped forward. Her spirit burned bright, fueled by the stories shared around the fire. With a voice that trembled yet held the weight of generations, she spoke of the need to remember, to honor the spirits and the tales that shaped their lives. "We must keep the Dreamtime alive," she urged, her eyes shining with determination. "If we forget, the spirits will fade, and we will lose not just our stories, but a part of ourselves." Her words hung in the air, a lifeline thrown amidst a stormy sea. The elders nodded, a flicker of hope igniting within their chests. They began to chant, their voices rising like smoke into the night, calling upon the spirits to awaken, to stir and protect the land and its people once more. The fire crackled and danced, mimicking the movements of the spirits who listened intently, feeling the call of their descendants. And then, in that moment of fervent hope, the ground began to tremble. A low rumble echoed through the night, causing the people to grip each other's hands tightly. The stars above twinkled with an unusual brilliance, as if the cosmos were responding to their plea. From deep within the earth, a sound emerged, a deep, resonant hum that vibrated through every heart and soul. A reminder that the Dreamtime was alive and well, waiting to be embraced once more. The tension in the air became palpable, a heavy anticipation that held the promise of transformation. As the humming grew louder, the spirits of the Dreamtime began to emerge, their forms shifting and swirling like smoke in a gentle breeze. The rainbow serpent coiled and uncoiled, its colors erupting in dazzling displays, while the bunyip's mournful song morphed into a chorus of acceptance and understanding. The elders and the children felt an electric thrill, their fears melting away as they witnessed the power of connection, the bond between the living and the spirit world, pulsing with life. And as the Dreamtime began to awaken, a sense of urgency filled the air. The stories were no longer just echoes of the past. They were calls to action, invitations to reclaim their heritage. The people stood together, united by the firelight, ready to step into the unknown, ready to honor the spirits and keep the flame of the Dreamtime alive. Their hearts raced with the promise of creation and reconciliation, a moment that would ripple through time and space, shaping the world for generations to come. The night deepened and the stars shone brighter, casting long shadows that danced to the rhythm of a new beginning. The Dreamtime was not just a memory. It was a living, breathing entity, pulsing with the essence of creation and a testament to the unyielding spirit of the land and its people. As the stories flowed like a river, they carried with them the hopes, dreams, and fears of those who had come before, a reminder that the journey of creation was far from over. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the parched earth where the whispers of the past seemed to rise with the evening breeze. A gentle rustle of leaves stirred the air as if the spirits of ancestors were gathering, their presence felt in every heartbeat of the land. To the Aboriginal people, their ancestors were not merely figures of history. They were alive, woven into the very fabric of existence, guiding, protecting, and nurturing. In the beginning, when the world was still young, ancestors walked the land, shaping it with their footsteps, breathing life into the rivers and mountains. They were the creators, the Dreamtime beings, who molded the rocks and painted the skies with stars. Each creation story, rich with symbolism, told of powerful beings who transformed the landscape, imbuing it with magic and meaning. This connection was not just a tradition. It was the lifeblood that coursed through every Aboriginal community. As dusk painted the sky in shades of purple and orange, an elder shared tales around the flickering light of a campfire. The flames danced like the spirits of those who came before, illuminating the faces of the gathered listeners. Each story was a thread, intricately woven into the tapestry of their lives, anchoring them to a past that was alive and present. The stories held lessons and warnings, laughter and sorrow, all echoing with the voices of ancestors who watched over them. In the vast Australian landscape, every rock, river, and tree carried the weight of ancestral significance. The dreaming was everywhere. It was not a distant memory, but a living reality. Each Aboriginal person was seen as a caretaker of the land, responsible for maintaining the balance established by their ancestors. When they walked the earth, they were treading on sacred ground, imbued with the echoes of those who had come before. The connection to the land was not simply about survival. It was a spiritual bond that transcended time. But the stories were not always filled with joy. There were moments laden with grief, loss, and struggle. When the settlers arrived, the harmony of the land was shattered. The ancestors who had nurtured the earth for countless generations found their legacy threatened. The pain and displacement felt by the Aboriginal people were echoed in the silence of the land. Yet, even in the darkest times, the spirits of ancestors remained steadfast, their presence a beacon of hope and resilience. In the hush of the night, a young girl knelt beside a great tree, its gnarled roots stretching deep into the soil. This was no ordinary tree, it was a sacred place, where the wisdom of generations was whispered to those who dared to listen. As she placed her hand on its rough bark, she could feel the heartbeat of her ancestors resonating within. It was a moment of connection, a reminder that she was not alone. The strength of her forebears coursed through her veins, urging her to carry forth their legacy. The beliefs surrounding ancestors were rich and varied, each community holding its own unique traditions. Some practiced rituals that honored the spirits, lighting fires and offering food to guide them in their journey. Others painted murals on cave walls, capturing the essence of ancestral stories that would live on long after the last brushstroke faded. Each act, a testament to the enduring bond between the living and the departed. As the years turned into decades, the ways of honoring ancestors evolved, adapting to the changing world while remaining rooted in deep respect for the past. Ceremonies became a way to reconnect with the spirits, to remind the living that their ancestors were always present, walking beside them. The haunting sounds of traditional songs filled the air during these gatherings, each note resonating with the energy of the past. The echoes of laughter and tears mingled, creating a powerful symphony that spoke of love, loss, and endurance. But the struggle continued. The scars of colonization ran deep, tearing at the fabric of identity and culture. Yet, in the heart of every Aboriginal person, the spirit of their ancestors burned fiercely. It was a fire that could not be extinguished, a source of strength that propelled them forward. The intergenerational trauma was heavy, but so was the resolve to honor the legacy of those who had come before. In a small community, an elder stood before a gathering of youth, her voice trembling with emotion as she spoke of the ancestors who had walked the very ground they stood on. With every word, she ignited a spark of recognition in their eyes. They were not just descendants. They were the living embodiment of their ancestors' hopes and dreams. The responsibility weighed on their shoulders, but it was a weight they bore with pride. As the night wore on, the stories flowed like a river, each one a thread connecting the present to the past. The air thickened with emotion, and tears glistened in the eyes of those who listened. Every story carried the bittersweet taste of longing, the longing for connection, for understanding, for recognition. They understood that to honor their ancestors was to honor themselves, to acknowledge the struggles they faced and the joy they found in resilience. The glow of the fire flickered against the backdrop of a starry sky, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. The ancestors were there, their spirits dancing among the flames, urging the living to remember. The stories were not just memories. They were a promise to keep the flame of their legacy alive, to pass it on to future generations. And so the night continued, woven together by the sacred threads of ancestry. The power of those who had come before surged through the hearts of the living, igniting a fire that would never dim. The land, the stories, the spirits, they were all intertwined, a beautiful reminder that one could never truly walk alone. The journey of honoring ancestors was a continuum, a delicate dance of past and present, where every heartbeat echoed with the wisdom of the ages. As the stars twinkled above, the circle of life continued, each moment a tribute to those who had paved the way. The stories would flow, unbroken, into the dawn of a new day. In a small village nestled between towering mountains and whispering forests, an old man sat by the fire, his gnarled hands cradling a piece of polished wood. The flickering flames cast shadows that danced across the walls of his humble home, and as he began to speak, the air thickened with anticipation. Each word he uttered held the weight of centuries, echoing the stories of those who had come before him. The villagers leaned in, their hearts pounding, for they knew he would reveal not just tales but the essence of their existence, their connection to the spirits that walked alongside them. Totems were more than mere carvings. They were bridges to the unseen, sacred links to the spirits that inhabited the world around them. Each animal, each symbol, bore the energy of the universe, speaking to the soul in ways that words could not. They represented the ancestors, guiding and protecting the people through every trial and triumph. The old man spoke of a great eagle, its wings spread wide, soaring above the mountains. The eagle was not just a creature of the sky, it was a messenger, a connection to the divine. The villagers raised their heads, feeling a shiver run down their spines as they imagined the power of such a spirit. Long ago, during a time when the earth was young and the spirits roamed freely, totems were crafted with reverence and care. The ancient artisans would carve each figure while chanting prayers, asking for guidance and strength. These totems were not just created, they were born from a sacred communion with nature. The spirits infused each piece with life, and the villagers believed that within the wood, the spirit of the animal resided. A bear totem represented strength and courage, while a fox embodied cunning and adaptability. Each totem held a story, a lesson, and a promise. As generations passed, the villagers began to understand that the totems were not static. They were alive with energy, waiting to connect with those who sought their wisdom. Children would touch the carvings, feeling the coarse texture of the wood and imagining the spirit it held. The moment they closed their eyes, they could hear whispers of the past, advice, warnings, and encouragement from ancestors who had long since passed into the spirit world. During the long winter nights, when the snow blanketed the village in silence, the elders would gather the children around the fire to share stories of the totems. The flames flickered in the dark, illuminating their faces as they spoke of the night when the mighty wolf appeared before the village. It stood tall and proud, its eyes glowing like embers. The villagers had been in despair, facing a terrible famine. They prayed, and through their collective yearning, the wolf came to them, guiding them to a hidden valley where food was plentiful. From that day forward, the wolf became a totem of hope and perseverance, a reminder that the spirits would always answer when called upon with sincerity. The villagers learned to honor the totems with offerings, small gifts left at their bases, symbols of gratitude for the guidance they received. Each offering was a thread in the tapestry of their lives, weaving together the past, present, and future. They understood that these connections were sacred and should never be taken for granted. The old man's voice trembled as he spoke of the day when a young woman approached the bear totem, her heart heavy with grief. She had lost her father, a kind and gentle man whose laughter once filled their home. In her sorrow, she poured out her heart to the bear, seeking comfort. It was then that she felt a warm breeze, a sensation that wrapped around her like a loving embrace. The bear stirred within her soul, and she found the strength to carry on, to honor her father's legacy. As the stories unfolded, the villagers felt a rising energy within the air, a pulsing rhythm that synchronized with their heartbeats. They were not just listening, they were becoming part of a greater narrative that transcended time. The old man's tales were like threads of a vast tapestry, each woven with intention, each a testament to the powerful bond between humanity and the spirit world. But not all stories were light. There were warnings, too, tales of those who had disrespected the totems, who had sought power without understanding the consequences. The spirits could be fierce protectors, and angering them led to suffering. The villagers were reminded of a time when a young man, consumed by greed, carved a totem without permission. He sought to control the spirit of the stag, thinking he could bend its will to his desires. Instead, he found himself plagued by misfortune, his fields barren, his relationships strained. In his desperation, he returned to the totem, begging for forgiveness. It was then that he learned the truth. The spirits could not be tamed, only respected. The old man's voice trembled with emotion as he recounted how the village had come together to support the young man, teaching him the values of humility and gratitude. They held a ceremony, singing songs of love and reverence, allowing the spirits to witness their unity and purpose. In the end, the young man not only regained the favor of the stag, but grew into a caring leader who understood the delicate balance between humanity and the spirit world. As the fire dwindled, glowing embers floated into the night sky. The villagers felt a pull, an invitation from the unseen. They knew that the connection to the totems was a living, breathing entity, one that reminded them of their place in the world. Each totem was a heart, a pulse that connected them to their ancestors, to nature, and to the very essence of existence itself. The old man's words hung in the air, a gentle reminder that the spirits were always watching, always listening, waiting for the next moment when someone would seek their wisdom. The wind sighed through the trees, a haunting melody that beckoned the villagers to remember their promise, to honor the totems, to respect the spirits, and to pass on the stories that shaped their lives. In that moment, a collective shiver ran through the crowd, a sense of belonging, of being part of something much larger than themselves. They were tied together by stories, by spirits, by the very totems that spoke of their existence. As the last flicker of light flickered out, the old man's voice faded, but the fire in their hearts burned brighter than ever, igniting a desire for connection that could never be extinguished. The villagers found themselves standing on the precipice of understanding, ready to step deeper into the mysteries that awaited them beyond the flickering shadows. They could feel the spirits stirring, a whisper on the wind, calling them to listen, to learn, and to honor the ancient bond they shared. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm golden hue over the valley, where the ancient trees stood tall, their gnarled roots gripping the earth like the fingers of an old friend. It was here that the whispers of the land spoke loudest, intertwining with the laughter of children playing nearby. Each footfall on the soil felt like a heartbeat, a pulse that connected the people to their history, their ancestors, and the very essence of life itself. In many cultures, the land is more than just a backdrop. It is a living entity, breathing and alive with stories that echo across generations. The indigenous peoples of North America held this belief close to their hearts, viewing the earth not as a resource to be exploited, but as a sacred being deserving of respect and reverence. The mountains, rivers, and forests bore witness to their rituals and traditions, embodying their struggles and triumphs. Each rock, each stream, was imbued with meaning, a testament to their connection to the world around them. As twilight descended, the soft glow of firelight illuminated the faces gathered around. Elders spoke of the Great Spirit, how it flowed through the very soil underfoot. They shared tales of the land's creation, how the first beings walked upon it, guided by the stars above. With every word, the air thickened with a palpable energy, a sense of belonging that made the hair on the back of the neck stand on end. It was not just a story. It was a living memory, passed down through time, binding the community together. The harmony of nature was felt in those quiet moments. Each rustle of leaves, every breeze that caressed the skin, all served as reminders of the sacred bond that exists between humanity and the earth. It was in the ritual of planting seeds that the people felt their connection deepen. As they buried the seeds in the soil, they offered prayers to the land, acknowledging its power to give life. The act was a promise, to nurture, to respect, to return the love that the earth offered unconditionally. Further down the riverbank, a young girl named Ayana knelt beside the water. Her fingers skimmed the surface, sending ripples dancing across the glassy expanse. The water spoke to her, its cool touch whispering secrets only she could understand. Like her ancestors, she felt the land's spirit wrap around her, urging her to listen, to learn. She recalled the stories her grandmother told, how the rivers had once been the veins of the earth, carrying life from one place to another, connecting all living beings. Each season brought with it a symphony of colors and sounds, a reminder of the land's cyclic nature. In the spring, flowers burst into life, painting the hillsides with vibrant hues. The summer sun wrapped the fields in warmth, coaxing crops to grow tall and strong. Autumn was a time of gratitude, where gatherings celebrated the harvest, a communal act of thanksgiving that echoed through time. And when winter arrived, the earth would rest, waiting patiently for the cycle to begin anew. But this connection to the land was not without its trials. Over the years, as the footprint of modern society expanded, the sacred spaces began to dwindle. The once pristine forests were replaced by concrete jungles, and the rivers that once flowed freely became burdened by the weight of human neglect. With each lost tree, a piece of history faded. With each polluted stream, a song of the past silenced. The shouts of protest filled the air as defenders of the land emerged, their voices a rallying cry for those who could not speak. The struggle to reclaim the sacred was an emotional battle, one that stirred the hearts of many and ignited a fierce determination to protect what remained. In the midst of this struggle, Ayana grew, her spirit intertwined with the land she loved. She often found herself wandering the woods, seeking solace among the ancient trees that seemed to beckon her. During one of her quiet excursions, she stumbled upon a hidden grove, alive with the soft glow of fireflies and the hum of the earth's heartbeat. It felt like a sanctuary, untouched by the chaos of the outside world. As she sat among the roots of a massive oak, its bark rough against her back, she closed her eyes and listened. The whispers of the past wrapped around her like a comforting blanket, filling her with the stories of those who had come before. It was there that she made a promise to the land, a silent vow to never forget the lessons it had to teach. The earth had been both her cradle and her guide, and she knew it was her duty to pass on this knowledge to others, to ensure that the spirit of the land would never be extinguished. The connection she felt was more than personal. It was a shared legacy, a bond that transcended time and space. The elders had spoken of the power of place, how certain landscapes held more than just physical significance. Sacred sites, like the ancient burial mounds and stone circles, were revered as portals to the spirit world, places where the veil between the seen and unseen thinned. Each location was a chapter in the story of the land, a testament to the resilience of a people who had endured countless trials yet remained steadfast in their commitment to the earth. As the moon rose high, casting a silver light over the grove, Ayana felt a shift in the air. It was a call to action. A reminder that this connection to the land was not just about reverence but also about responsibility. The earth was alive, and it lived through her, through every person who felt its pulse. The land was not just a backdrop to their lives, it was woven into the very fabric of their being. In the distance, the sounds of celebration echoed, a gathering of voices rising in unison, a mixture of joy and defiance. The community had come together to reclaim their space, to honor the land that had given them so much. Ayana rose, the firefly-lit grove still echoing the secrets she had learned. She felt the weight of history upon her shoulders, a mantle of responsibility that would guide her steps. She knew that the land's story was still being written, and it was her turn to contribute a verse. With each step towards the celebration, her heart raced. The spirit of the land surged within her, urging her onward, promising that even in the face of adversity, the connection would endure. The ties that bound her to the earth were unbreakable, a reminder that, despite the challenges ahead, hope would always thrive where love for the land resided. And as she drew closer to the gathering, the warmth of community enveloped her, illuminating the path that lay ahead. In the vast stretches of Australia, when the sun kisses the horizon and paints the sky in hues of orange and pink, A deep connection thrums in the air, a resonance that echoes through time. Here, among the ancient trees and under the watchful eyes of the stars, animals are not merely creatures of the earth, they are sacred beings, woven into the fabric of life and spirituality. Aboriginal people see them as kin, as teachers, and as guides, each species carrying stories and lessons passed through generations. The kangaroo leaps gracefully across the landscape, a symbol of resilience and survival. Its powerful legs allow it to travel great distances, reminding the people of their own journey, of moving forward despite obstacles. Aboriginal children mimic the kangaroo's bound, feeling its spirit intertwine with their own. In every thump of its feet on the ground, there is a heartbeat echoing the pulse of the earth, a heartbeat that tells of harmony and existence. The emu, with its proud stance and keen sense of direction, serves as a reminder of the importance of knowing one's path. Stories of the emu are told during evening gatherings, its presence capturing the imagination of the young and old. The emu's feathers, soft and beautiful, adorn sacred objects, symbolizing protection and nurturing. When an emu appears in a dream, it is a call to awareness, a sign that the dreamer must pay attention to the world around them. But the bond between the Aboriginal people and animals runs deeper than admiration. It is also about respect and reciprocity. The whale, the great traveler of the ocean, is revered for its wisdom and strength. Each year, when whales migrate along the coast, the sound of their songs carries stories of creation, connecting the people with their ancestors. To encounter a whale is a powerful experience, one that brings tears of joy and a profound sense of belonging. Elders share tales of whales guiding lost souls and offering solace, their immense presence reminding the Aboriginal people that they are never alone in the vastness of existence. The stories told around fires flicker with the shadows of creatures both feared and revered. The snake, often misunderstood, is a powerful symbol of transformation and healing. Its graceful movements and ability to shed its skin convey the cycles of life, death, and rebirth. In Aboriginal culture, the snake is also a guardian spirit, embodying the earth's wisdom. When lightning storms rage and the skies roar, the snake's spirit is said to dance in the raindrops, bringing with it a cleansing force that nourishes the land and its people. Then there are the birds, each one a note in the symphony of the wild. The magpie, with its striking black and white feathers, is a trickster, a being that embodies joy and mischief. It teaches laughter amidst hardship, reminding the people that joy can be found even in the darkest of times. The screech of a magpie at dawn signals the beginning of a new day, a reminder that each sunrise brings fresh possibilities. The dingo, wild and free, represents loyalty and instinct. In the stillness of the night, its howl resonates like a haunting melody, a call to the spirits of the land. The connection to the dingo runs deep, intertwining with the stories of the ancestors who once roamed the earth. Its presence serves as a reminder of the delicate balance of nature, teaching the people about coexistence with all living beings. As dusk falls, the nocturnal creatures awaken, and the world transforms. The owl, with its silent wings and piercing gaze, is a guardian of the night. It is said that when an owl appears, it brings messages from the spirit world. Fear and awe intertwine, as the owl's call is a reminder of the unknown, yet it also provides comfort, assuring the people that they are watched over in the darkness. The connection between animals and Aboriginal spirituality is not simply about reverence, but a recognition of the intricate dance of life. Each creature plays a role in the ongoing narrative of existence, contributing to the balance of the ecosystem and the spiritual world. The elders pass down teachings about the animals, sharing their significance not just as physical beings but as spiritual guides, each one a thread in the tapestry of life. In ceremonies, the presence of animals is felt in every chant and every movement. Dancers imitate the kangaroo's leap, the emus stride, and the snakes slither, embodying the essence of these beings. The air thickens with energy as stories are retold, creating a bridge between the past and the present, between the seen and the unseen. The rhythm of the drums echoes the heartbeat of the earth, connecting all in a sacred circle, where every living thing is honored. The bond with animals transcends mere belief. It is a way of life. The Aboriginal people understand the importance of listening to nature, of learning from its rhythms and cycles. They know that every creature has a wisdom to share, and in this wisdom lies the key to living in harmony with the world. The act of hunting or gathering is approached with gratitude and respect, each offering a prayer to the spirit of the animal, thanking it for its sacrifice and life-giving sustenance. As night drapes its cloak over the land, the stories continue, swirling like the smoke from the fires. The stars twinkle above, each one a reminder of those who have come before, those who walked the same paths, who listened to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the animals. With every breath, the spirit of the land and its creatures intertwine, forging an unbreakable bond that echoes through time. In this sacred space, the boundaries between human and animal dissolve, leaving only the essence of life itself, the shared emotion of joy, sorrow, love, and loss. The animals are not distant entities. They are family, carrying the weight of ancestral wisdom and the promise of continuity. Their stories, steeped in history, are more than tales. They are a living testament to the interconnectedness of all beings. And as the fires flicker against the backdrop of the starry sky, the ancestors' voices whisper in the night breeze, urging the living to recognize their place within the grand tapestry of existence. The animals, with their ancient eyes and timeless souls, continue to watch over the land, reminding all who inhabit it of their sacred duty to honor and protect the intricate web of life that surrounds them. The sun dipped low, painting the sky a fiery orange as the river wound its way through the ancient landscape like a shimmering ribbon of life. Its waters whispered stories of time long forgotten. Each ripple carried the dreams and ambitions of those who had walked along its banks, their hopes woven into the very fabric of its flow. With every breeze that rustled the leaves, one could almost hear the laughter of children playing by the water's edge, the solemn prayers of elders seeking solace, and the echo of feet that had danced to the rhythm of life. Across the world, water has been revered, celebrated, and feared. In the sacred texts of ancient civilizations, the Nile was not merely a river, it was the blood of the earth, a lifeline that breathed life into a barren desert. The Egyptians believed that the Nile was the tears of the goddess Isis, shedding her grief for Osiris. For them, every flood brought renewal, a promise that life would flourish once more. The water held the power of creation and destruction, a divine element that shaped their very existence. In the heart of the Americas, the indigenous tribes spoke of the Great Lakes as the sacred home of spirits. The water was not just a resource, it was a living entity, imbued with wisdom and strength. They believed the lakes held the memories of their ancestors, the whispers of the past floating softly on the surface. When the first Europeans arrived, they marveled at the vibrant life surrounding these waters, unaware that they were stepping into a realm of profound respect and spiritual connection. Each lake was a mirror reflecting not only the sky above but the soul of the people who revered it. As the sun set and shadows danced along the shore, a solitary figure knelt by the river's edge, cupping the cool water in trembling hands. This was a moment steeped in reverence, a prayer offered in silence, a plea for guidance. The waters glimmered as if to respond, bending light in a way that suggested something more profound than mere reflection. It was as if the river understood, holding within its depths the wisdom of countless generations. The Celts, too, worshipped the lakes and rivers, believing they were gateways to the other world. They spoke of sacred wells that healed the sick and inspired the weary. To them, Water was intertwined with the essence of life itself, a bridge between the earthly and the divine. Each spring and stream was alive with magic, a source of spiritual awakening. The tales of the Lady of the Lake, who bestowed Excalibur upon King Arthur, resonated deeply in the hearts of those who understood the power of water. It was not just a means of survival, it was a source of destiny. The sound of rushing water filled the air, and with it came the memories of countless lives entwined with the element they revered. Fishermen cast their nets into the shimmering waters, their movements graceful, almost ritualistic. They were participants in a timeless dance, a communion with the river that nourished them. With every catch, they offered thanks, understanding that their lives were linked to the ebb and flow of the tides. In distant lands, the Ganges River flowed with a sacredness that transcended mere geography. Hindus believe it to be the embodiment of the goddess Ganga, a divine force that purifies the soul and washes away sins. Pilgrims flock to her banks, seeking redemption and peace, their prayers merging with the currents as they dip into the cool embrace of the sacred waters. The river, with its ancient whispers, cradles their hopes and fears, reminding them of their place in the grand tapestry of existence. At the edge of a tranquil lake, a group of young dreamers gathered, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of moonlight. They shared stories of love, loss, and the uncharted territories of their hearts. The lake listened, its surface shimmering like a silver veil, absorbing their secrets. In that moment, it became a vessel for their dreams, a reminder that the waters of life are as complex as the souls that seek solace by their shores. The tension of unspoken words hung in the air, mingling with the soft rustle of leaves. One girl, her spirit ignited by the connection to the water, spoke of the visions that came to her in dreams. She described a world where rivers ran with knowledge, where lakes were portals to other dimensions. Her words painted a vivid picture, a reality intertwined with the essence of the water around them. As she spoke, the others listened, captivated, their hearts racing in the embrace of possibility. But the water was not merely a gentle source of inspiration, it could also unleash its fury. Storms could rise suddenly, turning calm lakes into raging torrents. The fury of nature echoed the unpredictability of life itself. In ancient Japan, the people revered the rivers as both life-givers and destroyers. They built their homes with a respect that bordered on fear, understanding that the currents could change in an instant. The myths of water spirits haunting the rivers served as warnings, tales woven into the very identity of their culture. Time passed and the shadows lengthened. The group by the lake felt the pull of the water, as if it called them to share in its eternal journey. They stood, hand in hand, and began to sing, a soft melody that blended with the sounds of the night, a tribute to the sacredness of water. Their voices rose and fell like the waves, a harmony that resonated deep within their souls. The lake responded with gentle ripples, a dance of light reflecting their emotions. The connection they felt was undeniable, a bond forged through shared experiences and dreams. It was a reminder that water, in all its forms, was not just a resource but a sacred element that nourished their spirits. It held the power to cleanse, heal, and inspire. And as the last notes of their song hung in the air, they knew they were part of something much larger, a cycle that echoed through time, binding them to the rivers, lakes, and the dreams that flowed within and around them. With hearts wide open, they prepared for the next adventure, their spirits intertwined with the sacred element that had always been their guide. Beneath the vast expanse of the Australian sky, where the stars flicker like ancient spirits, there lies a web of invisible paths that pulse with life and stories untold. These paths, known as songlines, are more than mere routes across the land. They are the very veins of the earth, carrying the memories and songs of the ancestors. They are the blueprints of a spiritual map, etched not in ink but in the resonance of voices, harmonizing with the rhythm of the universe. As the sun dips below the horizon, painting the landscape in hues of gold and crimson, the air grows thick with anticipation. Elders gather around the flickering fire, their faces illuminated by the flames that dance like spirits in the night. Their voices rise, weaving the tapestry of existence through the sacred songs that echo ancient wisdom. With every note, they summon the land's essence, marking boundaries and revealing hidden truths. Every song they sing is a story, filled with love, loss, and connection to the spirit world. Songlines are the lifeblood of indigenous culture, a testament to a time when every rock, tree, and waterhole resonated with meaning. Each line etched in the fabric of the land is a narrative, a history filled with the footprints of ancestors who walked before. It is said that to travel along these lines is to walk with those who came before, to feel their presence in every gust of wind, in every rustle of leaves. The land is alive, breathing, whispering stories to those willing to listen. In the stillness of the night, the elders' voices rise higher, carrying tales of creation, of beings that danced and sang the world into existence. There's the story of the rainbow serpent, coiling through the earth, shaping mountains and rivers, embodying the spirit of life. The listeners sit entranced, their hearts pounding, as they envision the serpent's journey. A vivid tapestry painted in their minds. This is not just a story, it is a living truth, a connection to the spirit world that transcends time and space. The importance of songlines stretches beyond mere storytelling. They are a guide for the lost souls wandering in the wilderness, a protective embrace for those who find themselves adrift. The songs contain directions, landmarks, and warnings, the wisdom of the ages, passed down through generations. When a traveler sings the song of a particular landscape, they are not only honoring the ancestors but also invoking the very essence of that place. It's a reminder that the earth is a living entity, and every note sung is a step taken in reverence. Yet the songlines face an uncertain future, threatened by the encroachment of modernity. The land, once vibrant with the echoes of traditional songs, is now often silent, its stories buried beneath concrete jungles and highways. The tension in the air is palpable, a growing ache for those who yearn to keep the songs alive. How can one preserve the sacred when the world spins so fast, when the rhythms of life drown out the whispers of the past? An elder stands, his voice steady but filled with emotion, recounting the moment he first learned of the songlines. It was a cold morning, the mist hanging low over the earth like a shroud. His grandmother's hands trembled as she traced the paths in the dirt with her finger, her voice quivering with the weight of history. "These are our maps," she said, her eyes glistening with tears. "They guide us home." Each word felt like a heartbeat, echoing through the ages, reminding him of his place in the world. The gatherings become more than just meetings. They morph into a resurgence of identity, a fight to reclaim what was once lost. Young and old come together, ignited by a shared purpose, their voices blending in harmony. Songs of the ancestors intertwine with modern melodies, creating a bridge that reaches across generations. The fire crackles, and in its glow, the faces reflect a fierce determination. This is their promise to the land, to keep the songs alive. But as the night deepens, shadows creep closer, an ever-present reminder of the challenges ahead. Outside the circle of light, the world continues to change, an unforgiving landscape of progress that threatens to erase the paths woven into the fabric of existence. The tension escalates. Hearts race as the fire flickers, casting long shadows that seem to whisper doubts. Will they succeed in keeping the songs alive? Will the next generation rise to the occasion? Or will the weight of silence swallow the stories whole? As dawn approaches, the first light breaks through, illuminating the faces of the gathered souls. Hope flickers in their hearts like the embers of the fire, a promise that resonates with every note sung and every footstep taken along the songlines. They are not just the keepers of stories. They are the guardians of a legacy, entrusted with the sacred duty to map the spirit world for those who come after. With every beat of the drum, the power of the songlines weaves through the air, binding the past to the present. Each voice joins the chorus, an unbreakable chain linking generations. Tears mix with laughter, and with each shared moment, the spirit of the ancestors dances in their midst, a vibrant testament to resilience and love. Just as the sun climbs higher, illuminating the earth in warmth, the elders' voices grow stronger, filling the air with a melody that defies time. It reverberates through the land, echoing the heartbeat of the earth itself. The songlines are alive, a testament to the enduring spirit of those who honor the past and strive to shape the future. The world may change, but the songs remain, eternal and unwavering. A reminder that the spirit world is never truly lost, that it is always a song away, waiting to be sung. In a dimly lit room, shadows danced across ancient stone walls, whispering secrets of times long past. A flickering candle cast a warm glow, illuminating the faces of eager listeners huddled together, eyes wide with anticipation. They were about to hear a tale, but not just any tale. A tapestry woven with threads of symbolism and meaning, where every word carried weight and every silence spoke volumes. Myths, those age-old stories, have always been more than mere entertainment. They are vessels of wisdom, carrying the voices of ancestors who understood the world in ways that often elude modern minds. In the tales of gods and creatures, there lies a profound language of emotion, one that transcends time itself. Each character embodies aspects of the human experience: love, fear, bravery, and sorrow. The hero's journey isn't just a story of triumph. It mirrors every individual's struggle to find purpose, to understand the chaos of life, and to seek harmony in a world rife with confusion. Consider the towering figure of Hercules, muscles rippling with strength but burdened by the weight of his labors. Each task he undertakes is not simply a battle with monsters. In truth, they reflect the internal monsters that dwell within us all. The Nemean lion symbolizes the challenges that seem insurmountable, while the Lernaean hydra represents the multiple heads of our fears that grow back whenever we think we've conquered them. The audience feels a profound connection, their hearts racing as they imagine Hercules, sweat glistening on his brow, knowing that battling these beasts is as much about fighting for his life as it is about discovering the tenacity of his spirit. As the candle flickers, it reveals the glistening eyes of a young woman, her breath catching as she listens. Her life mirrors that of Persephone, who straddles two worlds, the bright, vibrant earth above and the shadowy, desolate underworld below. When Demeter's daughter is taken by Hades, it reflects the loss of innocence and the haunting passage into maturity. The story strikes a chord, resonating with her experience of leaving childhood behind, the bittersweet ache of growing up, and the inevitable understanding that joy and sorrow often walk hand in hand. Around the fire, an older man nods knowingly, his weathered hands clasped tightly. He remembers the tales of Prometheus, the titan who dared to steal fire from the gods. In that act of defiance there lies a glimmer of hope, a spark of rebellion that ignites the human spirit's quest for knowledge. The punishment he endures, an eternity of torment, intensifies the emotions swirling in the room. It prompts a collective shudder, a shared understanding of the price of progress. Each listener feels the weight of their own choices, the line between bravery and folly blurring painfully. Then there's the epic of Gilgamesh, the ancient Sumerian king whose quest for immortality leads him through trials that challenge not only the flesh, but the very essence of existence. His friendship with Enkidu embodies the profound human need for connection, for companionship in a world that can feel overwhelmingly solitary. Readers can almost see Gilgamesh standing at the precipice of the world, staring into the abyss, his heart heavy with the realization that even the mightiest of warriors cannot escape death. The air thickens as emotions swirl. reminding the listeners that every life, no matter how grand, is marked by triumphs and inevitable losses. As the night deepens, the stories grow darker, more intense. The tale of Loki, the trickster god from Norse mythology, brings a chilling breeze into the room. His cunning and chaos unsettle the very fabric of the divine realm. Loki embodies the duality of human nature, the capacity for both good and mischief. The listeners feel their skin prickle as they contemplate the chaos within their own lives, the moments when they've acted from impulse, the consequences that spiral out of control like a wildfire. Suddenly, the mood shifts dramatically with the mention of the phoenix, that mythical bird that rises from its own ashes. The imagery ignites a palpable energy in the crowd as they imagine its fiery rebirth, a testament to resilience. The phoenix sings a haunting song of renewal, beckoning each soul to reflect on their own moments of despair and the potential for transformation. A collective sigh escapes, a shared recognition that within every ending lies the seed of a new beginning. Tales of gods and mortals entwine with the history of humanity, each story a thread in a grander tapestry that speaks to the very core of existence. The listeners' hearts race with the understanding that these myths are not just relics of the past. They are alive, breathing, pulsing with relevance. They provide insight into the fears and hopes that unite all of humanity, regardless of time or place. The candle flickers once more, casting long shadows that stretch like the hands of time reaching into the future. The stories are not yet finished. They weave seamlessly into the next, each myth begging to be told, each symbol yearning for interpretation. The room hangs heavy with anticipation, for deeper meanings await, ready to be unearthed and embraced. The door to understanding swings wide, inviting the audience to step forth into the mysteries that lie ahead, where the symbols of yesterday continue to shape the narratives of today and tomorrow. Long before the first whispers of civilization brushed against the ears of the earth, stories were woven into the fabric of existence. The air was thick with the scent of creation, and every flicker of flame in the early humans' fires cast shadows that danced like ancient spirits. From the mountains that towered into the sky to the rivers that carved through the land, each feature held a story. Each breeze carried a memory. In the frozen north, where the auroras painted the night sky with hues of green and purple, the Inuit spoke of the earth being born from a vast ocean of darkness. A great woman, Sedna, emerged from the depths, her fingers creating the first sea creatures as she swam to the surface. The wind howled with her sorrow, for she was both creator and a captive of the depths, forever tied to the life she had breathed into existence. The tension of her tale echoed through the icy tundra, a haunting reminder that creation is often laced with sacrifice. Across the vast plains of Africa, the Sand People gathered under the sprawling baobab trees, sharing their stories in the flickering light of glowing embers. They believed that the Great Spirit transformed the first humans from the earth, shaping them with care and intent. As the storyteller recounted the tale, eyes sparkled with the light of fascination, mirroring the flickering flames. Their ancestors walked the land, and with each word, they felt the pulse of their heritage, a connection to the soil beneath their feet, a bond that transcended generations. Meanwhile, on the banks of the Ganges, the Hindu creation myth unfolded like a fragrant blossom. Vishnu, the great preserver, slumbered in the cosmic ocean, while a serpent coiled around him, cradling the universe. From his navel sprouted a lotus, a heavenly flower that held Brahma, the creator. As the tale was told, the sound of flowing water intertwined with the rhythmic chants, and the air shimmered with divine possibilities. It was a sacred dance of rebirth and regeneration, a story that reminded them of the cyclical nature of existence. To the east, the Chinese mythology spun a web of harmony. Pangu awoke from chaos, and with each stroke of his mighty axe, he separated the sky from the earth. The mountains rose high and the rivers flowed, all while Pangu grew, his body becoming the very land he created. As his breath formed the winds and his voice became the thunder, the people marveled at the intricacies of life. It was a story of balance, creation intertwined with the eternal struggle for order, a reminder that chaos and peace are two sides of the same coin. Traveling across the ocean to the Americas, Native American tribes held their breath as the earth took shape. For the Lakota, the story of Wiyao is one of profound beauty and pain. In the beginning, there was only water. The Great Spirit sent the first man, Iktomi, to create land. He dove deep and pulled up mud, which grew and expanded into the world. Yet the story was not merely about creation. It echoed the trials and tribulations of life, the struggle between light and dark that each soul must face. The land was a living entity, woven with the history of its people, urging them to listen and honor the earth. In the shadows of the Andes, the Quechua people sang of Pachamama, the Earth Mother. They believed she cradled the mountains, the valleys, the crops, and the very air they breathed. The tale of her birth was one of duality. She was both giver and taker, nurturing life while also reminding them of mortality. As they offered their gratitude during the harvest, emotion swelled in their chests, the weight of their ancestors' sacrifices palpable in the cool mountain air. It was a bond that transcended time, a story that resonated within them like the heartbeat of the earth. The islands of the Pacific held their own powerful stories, where the Polynesian people spoke of the demigod Maui. He wielded a magical fishhook, pulling the islands from the ocean's depths, crafting land where there was none. With each tale, laughter intertwined with tears, for Maui embodied both the trickster and the hero. His adventures were filled with triumph and failure, a reflection of humanity itself. The thrill of aspiration draped with the weight of consequence. Further north, the Norse myths painted a world of ice and fire, of giants and gods. The cosmos began with a yawning void, Ginnunga Gap, where the first beings emerged from the collision of heat and cold. Ymir, the primordial giant, was slain by Odin and his brothers, his flesh becoming the earth, his blood the seas. It was a violent birth, fraught with struggle, yet from chaos arose a vibrant world filled with life and wonder. The tension of life and death danced continuously, echoing through the stories of their ancestors, a perpetual reminder of the delicate balance of existence. In the vast deserts of the Middle East, the Abrahamic stories unfolded with grandeur and gravitas. The tale of creation in Genesis spoke of a singular, powerful voice that called forth light from darkness, separating day from night. The rhythm of the narrative thrummed with authority and purpose, creating a universe teeming with life. It was a story that spoke to the essence of humanity's search for meaning, a divine promise and a challenge to uphold the beauty of creation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow across the world, these creation stories intertwined like the roots of a great tree. Each tale was a thread in a vast tapestry, connecting humanity to the cosmos, to each other, and to the land they inhabited. In every region, amidst the mountains, rivers, and oceans, the heartbeat of creation resonated, a reminder that life is a story still being told, where every ending is but a new beginning waiting to unfold. A hush fell over the land as dusk painted the horizon in hues of orange and purple. The last rays of sunlight flickered like a dying ember, casting long shadows across the ancient earth. In this sacred space, where the spirits of the ancestors danced with the wind, legends breathed life into the silence. At the heart of these stories lay a figure that twisted through the very fabric of creation itself. A serpent, radiant and powerful, coiling through the ages. This was no ordinary snake. This was the rainbow serpent, a being revered and feared, a force of nature that carved the rivers and shaped the mountains. As the night deepened, the stars began to gleam like shattered glass scattered across the velvet sky. The rainbow serpent, with scales shimmering in every color imaginable, slithered gracefully through the stories of the Dreamtime. With each flick of its tongue, it whispered the secrets of existence to those who would listen. To the indigenous peoples of Australia, the rainbow serpent was not just a creature, it was an embodiment of life itself, a guardian of the land and its creatures. The serpent wove stories of creation, love, and destruction, echoing through the ages, captivating the hearts of those who gazed upon the sky. In the beginning, the earth was a barren expanse, devoid of color or form. The rainbow serpent slumbered beneath the surface, dreaming of what could be. With a stir, it broke through the confines of the earth, awakening to a world yearning for life. As it rose, the land trembled, erupting in a burst of color. Vibrant reds, lush greens, and deep blues spilled forth like a painter's brush on a blank canvas. Mountains erupted, valleys formed, and rivers carved their paths across the land, all orchestrated by the graceful movements of the serpent. But the rainbow serpent was not merely a creator, it held the power of destruction as well. In moments of rage, when the balance was upset, the skies would darken and thunder would rumble in the distance. Villages would tremble, and the earth would quake as the serpent unleashed its fury. The people knew that to live in harmony with the land was to honor the rainbow serpent, to offer respect and gratitude for the life it bestowed upon them. The stories told around flickering fires often turned to the battles fought between the rainbow serpent and other spirits of the land. These spirits, each a guardian of their own domain, often clashed as they sought to assert their power over the earth. The rainbow serpent, with its vibrant scales and mesmerizing presence, stood tall against the darkness, battling forces of chaos and disharmony. The air crackled with energy during these moments of confrontation, the tension palpable as the fate of the land hung in the balance. Children listened wide-eyed as their elders recounted these tales, the flickering flames reflecting in their awe-struck faces. They learned to recognize the signs of the rainbow serpent's presence, the gentle ripples in the water, the vibrant flowers blooming after the rain. Each moment spent in nature was a reminder of the bond that tied them to the serpent, a connection that spanned generations. The beauty of the world was a direct reflection of the rainbow serpent's spirit, a mosaic of life crafted with intention and love. Among the vast collections of stories, there existed one particularly poignant tale, a story of loss and renewal. The rainbow serpent, during a time of great drought, found itself weakened, its colors fading as the land turned to dust. The people, desperate and parched, prayed for rain, for the return of life. In response, the serpent summoned all its strength. With a roar that echoed through the canyons, it struck the earth, and from the depths of its being, a torrent of rain poured forth. With each drop, the land sighed in relief, and life erupted once again. The colors returned, vibrant and alive, a testament to the serpent's resilience. With each story, the children learned not just of the rainbow serpent, but of their own strength and the power of community. They understood that, like the serpent, they too could face storms, hardships, and moments of darkness, emerging on the other side with renewed purpose. The elders smiled knowingly, recognizing their role as guardians of this sacred knowledge. They whispered the teachings of the serpent, instilling a deep reverence for life and a responsibility to protect the earth. As night settled over the land, the whispers of the rainbow serpent echoed through the trees, carried by the cool night breeze. It was a reminder that the serpent was never truly gone, always watching over the land and its people. Those who walked in the moonlight felt its presence, a gentle embrace that enveloped their hearts. They knew they were part of something far greater, a tapestry woven through time, where every thread mattered. And so the rainbow serpent continued its eternal dance, a symbol of creation and destruction, love and loss. It lived in the hearts of the people, shimmering in the colors of the land, forever shaping their reality. As they drifted off to sleep, lulled by the soft rustle of leaves, they dreamed of a world colored by the vibrant spirit of the rainbow serpent, a world where life flourished and hope never faded. The stories would carry on, echoing through the night, waiting for the next soul eager to listen, to learn, and to connect. In the silence that followed, a new dawn awaited, holding within its promise the next chapter of the tale. The earth was alive, and the rainbow serpent, with its fierce love and vibrant spirit, was ready to guide them through the next wave of creation, ready to remind them that the cycle of life is endless, and every heartbeat is a note in the grand symphony of existence. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it an ancient song, a melody sung through generations. It was the kind of secret song that only the bush understood, a tune that wrapped around the hearts of those who listened closely. Beneath the vast sky, where the sun dipped low and painted the horizon in hues of orange and purple, lay a world teeming with life, spirit, and stories waiting to be told. In the rich tapestry of mythology, flora and fauna aren't merely background features, they are the very essence of existence, woven into the fabric of beliefs, rituals, and dreams. Each plant and animal held a significance, a story that stirred the soul. The gum tree, with its gnarled branches and peeling bark, stood as a sentinel of time, rooted deep in the earth. Its very being a testament to survival and resilience. According to the tales of the Aboriginal peoples, the spirits of ancestors resided within these mighty trees, watching over the land, their whispers carried on the breeze. Then there were the kangaroos, hopping gracefully across the plains, their presence a symbol of strength and agility. In one myth, a great kangaroo named Bunjil soared through the skies, embodying the spirit of creation. He brought forth the first humans and taught them how to live in harmony with the land. Such stories brought goosebumps to the skin, igniting imaginations and binding communities together in awe and reverence. To see a kangaroo in the wild was to witness a fragment of a divine narrative, a living connection to the myths that shaped the world. As twilight descended, the bush transformed. The air thickened with anticipation, and the night creatures stirred from their slumber. Owls hooted softly, their eyes gleaming like jewels in the moonlight. In the stillness, the stories of the night unfolded. The moonlit path revealed a timid bandicoot scurrying through the underbrush, a symbol of humility and resourcefulness, representing the teachings of adaptation and survival. In the eyes of the indigenous people, every creature had a purpose, every rustle in the leaves a message waiting to be deciphered. The stories spoke of the emu, a bird that could not fly yet soared through the heart of the bush with its graceful stride. The emu was often associated with the earthy, grounding spirit of the land. Legends spoke of a time when the emu guided the lost and weary to safety, a protector in the shadows of the night. To encounter an emu was to feel the warmth of ancestral spirit, a reminder that even those who seem ordinary hold extraordinary truths. Yet not all tales were comforting. The bush also concealed darker narratives. The cunning dingo, a creature of duality, could be both friend and foe. Stories echoed of a dingo leading travelers astray or, conversely, guiding them through perilous paths. The myths warned of the wildness within. They were lessons cloaked in caution, reminding people of nature's unpredictability. An encounter with the dingo could send shivers down the spine, embodying the thin line between harmony and chaos. In this vibrant world, the spirit of the bush was also reflected in the colorful wildflowers that dotted the landscape. Each bloom was a brushstroke on nature's canvas, a testament to beauty and fragility. The golden wattle, with its bright yellow blossoms, symbolized resilience and rebirth, often appearing in stories that celebrated life's cyclical nature. It was said that when the wattle bloomed, the spirits rejoiced, reminding the living of the connection between life and the afterlife. As the stories intertwined, they painted a vivid picture of a land teeming with spirits. The rivers, winding like serpents through the bush, were believed to hold the tears of ancestors, each droplet a memory, each ripple a whisper. In the tales, the river served as both a source of life and a boundary between realms, a bridge connecting the living to the spiritual world. To stand by the water's edge was to feel the weight of history, a reminder of the countless stories that danced across its surface. The tales of the bush were not confined to the past. They seeped into the daily lives of the people, guiding their actions and shaping their identities. The sound of rustling leaves carried messages from the spirits, urging respect for the land and its creatures. Children grew up learning to listen to these stories, their hearts filled with reverence and a sense of responsibility. They learned that to protect the bush was to honor their ancestors, to keep the spirit alive for generations yet to come. As midnight approached, the stories grew more intense, wrapping around the listeners like a warm embrace. The crackling of the campfire ignited imaginations as shadows danced on the faces of those gathered. The elders, with their weathered hands and wise eyes, spoke of the great serpent, the rainbow serpent, a powerful creator being that shaped the land and its inhabitants. The tales of the serpent filled the air with tension, each twist and turn of the story evoking a sense of wonder and trepidation. The rainbow serpent was both a giver of life and a fierce protector, teaching lessons of balance and respect. The flickering flames illuminated faces filled with awe. With every word, the elders breathed life into the myths, instilling a sense of belonging and purpose into the hearts of the listeners. They shared how the land could nurture, but also how it could reclaim what was rightfully its own. The thunder that rolled in the distance was a reminder of the power that lay within nature, a force to be respected and revered. In these moments, the boundary between reality and myth blurred as the listeners were drawn deeper into the story, feeling the weight of their ancestors' legacy pressing against them like the warm embrace of a loved one. With the night deepening, the connection between the people, the flora, and the fauna became palpable. The bush pulsed with life, an intricate web of relationships that transcended time. It was a reminder that every creature, every plant, every story was intertwined, a reminder of the sacred bond that linked all living things. The very air crackled with unspoken promises and ancient wisdom, holding the potential to resonate through the ages. In this moment, it became clear that the spirit of the bush was alive and breathing, thriving in the stories that were shared and the connections that were forged. The stories were unfinished, echoing in the hearts of the listeners, a tapestry woven with threads of history, emotion, and the unbreakable bond between humanity and the land. Each tale flowed seamlessly into the next, a river of mythology that would carry them forth into the dawn, leaving behind an imprint of the past, a promise for the future, and a pulse that would forever beat within the bush. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm orange glow across the rugged landscapes of Australia, the air began to hum with an ancient energy. The rhythmic sound of the didgeridoo floated through the gathering dusk, calling to the spirits of the land and echoing the age-old stories embedded in the earth itself. Beneath the sprawling eucalyptus trees, a group of Aborigines gathered, their faces painted with ochre, their bodies wrapped in the whispers of the past. They were preparing to honor their ancestors, to celebrate life, and to acknowledge the inevitable cycle of death. In this sacred space, time felt fluid, as if the past and present danced together in a delicate embrace. Each member of the community brought their own stories, weaving a rich tapestry that connected them not only to each other, but to the very essence of the land they called home. The elders, guardians of wisdom, spoke softly, their voices carrying the weight of centuries. They described the Dreamtime, a time when the world was created and everything was born from the spirits that roamed the earth. The stories they shared were not mere tales. They were a living history, a reminder that each life was interwoven with the lives that came before. As the flames of the fire crackled and popped, illuminating the faces of the gathered, there was a palpable sense of reverence. Each flicker of light revealed the deep connection between the people and the land they cherished. They believed that every rock, tree, and river was alive, possessing a spirit that deserved respect. The Aborigines viewed themselves as custodians, entrusted with the duty of caring for the earth, knowing that their actions reverberated through the ages. When someone passed away, it was not an end. In the eyes of the Aborigines, death was merely a transition. They embraced the idea of reincarnation, believing that spirits would return to the earth, taking on new forms and continuing the cycle of life. During the ceremony, the air thickened with emotion as they honored the memories of loved ones who had crossed over. Songs filled the night, haunting melodies that echoed their sorrow and joy, reminding everyone of the fragility of existence. The concept of the rainbow serpent loomed large in their spirituality, a powerful figure representing creation and transformation. It was said that the serpent slumbered beneath the earth, waiting for the right moment to awaken and bring forth new life. The Aborigines felt a profound kinship with this force, seeing it as a symbol of the ever-present cycle, the ebb and flow of life, death, and rebirth. In this belief, there was comfort. Each farewell was not final, but a promise of return. As the night deepened, the gathering intensified, the connection between the living and the spirits growing stronger. Children danced freely around the fire, their laughter mingling with the night sounds, a reminder that life thrived even in the face of death. Their innocence was a luminous thread weaving through the fabric of existence, a symbol of hope and renewal. The elders watched with pride, knowing that the stories would continue through these young souls, passed down like precious heirlooms. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, a collective hush descending as a figure emerged from the shadows. It was an elder, wise and weathered, his presence commanding yet gentle. He began to speak, his voice steady but filled with emotion. He shared the tale of a great-grandmother who had recently passed, a woman who had lived a life rich with experience, love, and lessons. As he recounted her journey, the gathering was drawn deeper into the fabric of their shared history, each word resonating with pain and beauty. With every detail, he painted a portrait of her spirit, her laughter, her wisdom, the way she nurtured the earth while nurturing her family. Tears mingled with smiles as everyone remembered her, their grief transforming into celebration. Around the fire, the flickering flames mirrored the heartbeat of the community, a living testament to the enduring bond between the past and the present. The elder spoke of the sacredness of memory, emphasizing that though the physical form may fade, the spirit remains alive in the stories told and the love shared. In this belief, every person had a role, a responsibility to honor those who came before and to prepare a path for those yet to be born. The circle of life was unbroken, and everyone was an integral part of its rhythm. As dawn approached, the first rays of light began to kiss the land, illuminating the faces filled with a mix of sorrow and resolve. The moment felt like a bridge connecting the spiritual realm with the everyday world, a reminder that life and death were but two sides of the same coin. The community stood together, hand in hand, feeling the pulse of their ancestors in the very soil beneath their feet. With the sun rising, the atmosphere shifted once more. The energy felt electric, as if the spirits were stirring, ready to manifest in the morning light. The transition from night to day was a sacred ritual in itself, a reminder that while darkness may envelop them, light would always return. The gathering began to prepare for the next phase of their ceremony, one that would honor not just those who had passed, but also the life that continued to blossom around them. As they moved, laughter began to break the morning stillness, filling the air with joyous sounds. They were not just mourning, they were celebrating the continuity of life, reaffirming their connection to one another and to the earth. The stories would continue, woven together like the strands of a spider's web, intricate and beautiful, each thread carrying the weight of experiences and emotions, bridging generations. The cycle was unending, a dance of life and death that would carry them forward. The sun rose higher, illuminating the gathering in a warm embrace, their spirits soaring as they prepared to move into the next chapter of their existence. Each heartbeat echoed the truth that they were not alone. They were part of something much larger, an unbreakable connection to their ancestors, the land, and the universe itself. And so, the stories would be told, the songs would be sung, and life would continue its eternal dance, spiraling into the next moment, the next breath, the next heartbeat. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of crimson and amber, an elderly woman sat beside her dying husband. The air was thick with the scent of lavender, a herb known for its calming properties. She held his frail hand tightly, her heart beating in sync with the fading rhythm of his pulse. "Do you see them?" she whispered, her voice trembling as if the very air might shatter. "The ones who have gone before us?" In that sacred moment, she believed they were waiting for him, ready to guide him into the embrace of the afterlife. Across cultures and centuries, humanity has wrestled with the great mystery of what lies beyond death. Ancient Egyptians believed in a land of eternal bliss, a paradise known as the Field of Reeds, where souls would be judged by Osiris. The heart of the deceased was weighed against the feather of Maat, a symbol of truth and justice. A light heart would lead to a life of peace, while a heavy heart would face the terrifying jaws of Ammit, the devourer of souls. In another time, the Celts honored their dead with vibrant festivals, believing that the boundary between the worlds of the living and the dead grew thin on certain nights, allowing the spirits to walk among the living. Samhain, a festival marking the end of a harvest, turned into a night of reverence and fear, where the flickering flames of bonfires illuminated the faces of those who danced with the shadows of their ancestors. They wore masks to confuse the spirits, wanting to blend in with the otherworldly guests, a reminder that death was not an end, but a transformation. Meanwhile, far off in the east, the ancient Chinese envisioned an afterlife filled with intricate rituals and respect towards ancestors that could span generations. They created elaborate tombs, believing that proper burial rites would ensure their loved ones journeyed smoothly to the other side. The notion of filial piety reigned supreme. The living were expected to honor the dead through offerings, prayers, and rituals, forging a powerful connection that could bridge the gap between life and death. In the jungles of Mesoamerica, the Maya believed in a complex afterlife, a path that twisted through the underworld, known as Xibalba. Their tales spoke of a dangerous journey, where souls faced trials and tests before they could find rest. To aid in this perilous voyage, elaborate tombs were built, filled with artifacts to accompany the deceased into the next world. The date of a person's death often became a significant event, steeped in ritual, drawing families together to honor the journey that awaited their loved ones. As dusk fell into night, the elderly woman gazed into the shadows, pondering the legacy of her husband. She remembered their life together, the laughter echoing through their home, the quiet moments spent in each other's embrace. Would she be able to follow him? Would their love endure even in the face of death? Just as her thoughts began to spiral into despair, the soft rustling of leaves outside seemed to whisper a promise. The veil between life and death was never as thick as it appeared. In the northern reaches, the Vikings held fast to the belief that a noble death would lead to Valhalla, where warriors would feast and fight with their fallen comrades until the end of days. They honored their dead with grand ship burials, sending their loved ones off to the afterlife adorned with weapons and treasures, believing that these offerings would ensure a glorious continuation of their legacy in the halls of the gods. In the quiet corners of the world, the indigenous tribes of North America viewed death through a lens of connection and respect. They believed in the spirit world as a place where ancestors dwelled, continuing to guide and protect their descendants. The powwow, a gathering of tribes, often featured rituals that celebrated this bond, where songs from the past mingled with the present, and stories woven with the threads of spirit and memory breathed life into the living. The elderly woman's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she recalled her own ancestors, a tapestry of voices echoing through generations. As she squeezed her husband's hand tighter, she felt an electric pulse, a warmth that ignited her soul. Was it her imagination, or did she sense their presence, a shimmering light that flickered at the edge of her consciousness? Just then, a soft gust of wind swept through the room, rustling curtains and carrying with it the scent of the lavender, a sign that the spirit world was close, whispering secrets only they could understand. Meanwhile, on the distant plains of Africa, the Dogon people believed in a complex cosmology that intertwined the living with the stars. They saw death as a return to the universe, a journey toward the stars. Their intricate rituals celebrated this cosmic connection, where the dead became one with the celestial bodies, intertwined with the rhythms of the universe. They shared stories of ancestors who returned in the form of constellations, shimmering brightly in the night sky, a constant reminder of the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. In the midst of her heartsick solitude, the elderly woman felt a shift in the atmosphere. A faint glow filled the room, and for a moment she believed she could see silhouettes of her loved ones, their faces shrouded in beams of light. The warmth enveloped her, wrapping her in a cocoon of love and understanding that transcended time and space. The line between her world and the next began to blur. As her husband's breath grew shallower, a cacophony of emotions surged within her, a blend of sorrow, love, and an unyielding hope. The stories of countless cultures danced in her mind, tales of journeys beyond the veil, of souls uniting with the lost. Each whispered tale intertwined, creating a rich tapestry that spoke of eternity, where love never truly dies but transforms, transcending the boundaries of flesh and time. This powerful realization echoed in her heart, enveloping her like a warm embrace. The door to the afterlife was not an end, but a beginning, a passage filled with love, memories, and the promise of reunion. It was a promise that lingered in the air, weaving through the scent of lavender and the warmth of shared memories, forever binding her soul to the one she loved most. And in that moment, she knew that their spirit journeys were just beginning, a connection that would live on, unbroken and eternal. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the ancient village, a palpable tension hung in the air, charged with anticipation. Tonight was not just another night. It was a night that would weave mysteries and whispers into the fabric of existence. The flickering flames of the fire danced like restless spirits, illuminating the figure of the shaman seated before it, draped in garments adorned with the symbols of their ancestors. With each rhythmic beat of the drum, the air thickened, and a sense of wonder intertwined with fear settled upon all who were gathered. For centuries, shamans and healers have stood as the sacred bridge between the living and the unseen. They are the guardians of ancient knowledge, the keepers of stories that reverberate through generations. In every corner of the world, from the dense jungles of the Amazon to the icy tundras of Siberia, these spiritual guides have emerged, wielding their power to heal, to protect, and, most importantly, to connect with the spirits that linger just beyond the veil of ordinary life. As the shaman began to chant, the sound swept through the gathering like a warm breeze, stirring something deep within each soul present. The words were not just sounds, they were incantations, echoes of a time when the earth was believed to be alive with spirits of the ancestors, animals, and the very elements themselves. Each syllable resonated with centuries of tradition, each note a thread in the intricate tapestry of connection between the seen and the unseen. The vibrations from the drum pulsed in harmony with the heartbeat of the earth, and one could feel the energy shifting. The shaman, eyes closed, seemed to drift between worlds, his body a vessel for the whispers of the spirits. With every beat, He called upon the guardians who watched over the land, those who held the wisdom of ages long gone. He was not merely a man, he was a conduit, an embodiment of the stories and spirits that shaped existence. Around the fire, listeners sat on the edge of their seats, hearts racing as they felt an unexplainable force drawing them in. The air grew colder, and a chill swept through the crowd as the shaman's voice rose, sharp and clear. He was channeling something profound. The villagers exchanged nervous glances. The unexplainable magic was tangible, igniting a spark of both dread and fascination. What would emerge from the depths of the unknown? In the shadows, a young healer watched intently. Her fingers entwined in beads made from the bones of her ancestors. She held the weight of expectation, sensing her own destiny intertwining with the powerful rituals unfolding before her. She had trained under the most revered shamans, learning the sacred dances and ancient songs, but tonight was different. This night was a test of her spirit and a calling she could not ignore. Would she have the courage to step forward, to join the shaman and confront the spirits that beckoned them both? As the chanting reached a crescendo, the flames surged, sending sparks spiraling into the night sky. The shaman's arms extended toward the heavens, his body swaying as if in communion with the very cosmos. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the gathering, extinguishing the smaller flames and plunging them into a darkness thick with suspense. Gasps erupted as the shaman's voice faltered momentarily, but then he regained his strength, a fierce determination igniting the fire within him. The villagers leaned closer, their breath caught in their throats. The moment felt suspended in time, as if the very universe awaited the shaman's next words. Then the spirits were called forth with an urgency that sent shivers down spines. The energy shifted again, the air crackling with an electric charge that hinted at the extraordinary. Shadows danced around them, and those present could swear they felt a presence, watchful, wise, and ancient. As the shaman began to relay messages from the spirits of the departed, the emotions soared. Stories of loss, love, and wisdom flowed freely, letting the villagers connect with their own histories. Tears streamed down faces, mingling with gasps of awe. It was as if the veil had lifted, and they saw their ancestors standing among them, guiding and supporting them through the darkest of times. The young healer felt the weight of her own fears and doubts rise within her. She had hesitated to step into the circle, yet the spirits called to her, urging her to embrace her own power. The memories of her training flooded her mind, lessons about empathy, understanding, and the sacred bond between the living and the spirits. Now was the moment to step into the light, to join the shaman and become a bearer of the messages that needed to be heard. Drawing a breath, she rose slowly, moving toward the fire where the shadows flickered with life. The shaman acknowledged her presence with a nod, their eyes meeting in a moment of profound recognition. This was not just a ritual. It was a shared journey, a melding of energies that would forge a stronger connection with the spirits. Together, they would invoke the power to heal the village, calling forth blessings and guidance from the unseen realms. As she began to chant alongside him, the energy soared higher. The air was thick with potential, and the flames sprang back to life, illuminating the faces of the crowd who watched with bated breath. Familiar spirits danced at the edges of her vision, their faces becoming clearer, their messages more urgent. This was the path of the healer, the role of the shaman, a sacred responsibility that could not be taken lightly. The chant intertwined with the rhythm of the drum, and the entire night pulsed with life, teetering on the edge of the extraordinary. The boundaries of existence blurred, and the audience felt their hearts synchronize with the beat, their fears dissipating like morning mist. They were not just mere observers. They were participants in a cosmic dance that linked them to their ancestors, their culture, and the spirits who had always been with them. The intensity of the moment escalated as the shaman and healer harmonized their voices, and the spirits responded with a chorus of whispers that filled the air. It was a sacred communion, a promise that the journey would continue as long as there were those willing to listen, to heal, and to forge connections with the realms unseen. The fire crackled and the night deepened, leaving the entire gathering suspended in an electrifying embrace, ready for whatever revelations awaited just beyond the horizon. The flickering flames of a ceremonial fire danced like spirits in the night air, casting shadows that twisted and turned against the ancient trees surrounding the clearing. The scent of sage and sweetgrass hung heavily, mingling with the palpable tension that wrapped around the group gathered under the vast expanse of the starry sky. Each participant felt a heartbeat that echoed the rhythm of their ancestors, a pulse of history that connected them to a time when the veil between worlds was thin, and the whispers of the spirit realm echoed like distant thunder. As the drumbeats began, deep and resonant, a current of energy flowed through the gathering. Each thump sent vibrations into the earth, calling forth the spirits that lingered just beyond human sight. The people, adorned in vibrant regalia that told stories of their lineage, formed a circle, their faces illuminated by the firelight. This was not just a gathering. It was a communion, a sacred space where the line between the living and the dead blurred, inviting the unseen to join in. Historically, these rituals were not mere performances, but profound statements of belief, rich with symbolism and meaning. Tribes across continents, be it the Native Americans with their elaborate sun dances, or the Celtic communities honoring their ancestors through Samhain, engaged deeply with the spirit world. They understood that in every whisper of wind, every rustle of leaves, there lay messages waiting to be heard. The spirit world was not something to be feared. It was a source of wisdom and guidance, a connection to the past that shaped the present. As the night deepened, the energy shifted. A woman, her voice rising above the drumbeats, began to chant an ancient song, passed down through generations. The words, though foreign to many ears, resonated with a truth that transcended language. Her eyes fluttered closed as if she were peering through the fabric of time, reaching for those who had walked the earth before her. The rhythm intensified, and the chanting became a mantra, inviting spirits to join the circle, to share their stories. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, extinguishing the flames for a brief moment, plunging the gathering into darkness. Gasps echoed through the air, a collective breath held in anticipation. Was this a sign? The elders exchanged knowing glances, their faces etched with a mix of fear and reverence. In that moment, the connection felt electric. It was as if the very air crackled with the presence of those who had passed, swirling around them like a comforting blanket. When the fire flared back to life, it illuminated a figure standing just beyond the circle. Was it a trick of the light, or had a spirit truly manifested? The crowd fell silent, eyes wide with awe and curiosity. They felt a pull, an unexplainable urge to reach out, to connect with something greater than themselves. The figure appeared to shimmer, caught between realms, embodying the essence of ages long gone. It was said among the tribes that spirits often returned during significant celestial events. The full moon shimmered above, casting an ethereal glow, an omen, perhaps, or a beacon for the lost. The woman continued to chant, her voice woven with the fabric of the universe, each syllable a thread pulling the community closer to the other side. The shadows danced with renewed vigor, and an overwhelming wave of emotion washed over the group. Joy, sorrow, longing, all at once. Then came a young man, his heart pounding in his chest, fueled by the spirit of his ancestors. He stepped forward, feeling the weight of history on his shoulders, and raised his voice in a plea for guidance. "Teach me," he called, the words echoing through the night like a prayer. The drumming intensified, almost as if the earth itself responded to his calling. At that moment, a hush fell over the circle. Charged with anticipation, would the spirits answer? Silence hung heavy in the air, thick as the fog that rolled in from the forest, wrapping around the gathering like a shroud. Eyes locked onto the fire, watching as the flames flickered and changed shape, creating images of faces, stories, and memories. Each person there felt a shiver, a recognition of something profound. The spirits were indeed present. They could feel the weight of their ancestors' gaze, a mixture of encouragement and challenge. The young man closed his eyes, his breath steadying as he surrendered to the moment. In that stillness, visions flooded his mind, a vibrant tapestry of colors and sounds dancing before him. He saw his great-grandmother, her laughter ringing clear as a bell, guiding him through the maze of his fears. He felt the warmth of his grandfather's hand on his shoulder, a steadying presence amidst chaos. The fire roared back to life, flames licking the night sky, and the gathering erupted in a chorus of voices, a symphony of hope and connection. Each participant was drawn into their own moment of revelation, transforming the night into a sacred tapestry of shared experience. The barriers that separated them from the spirit world faded, leaving only the essence of love and understanding. As the night unfolded, the rituals grew more intense. Offerings of food and flowers, symbols of gratitude, were laid at the foot of a great oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching upwards as if yearning to touch the heavens. Spirits were invited to partake, to join in the celebration of life and remembrance. The air buzzed with energy, charged with the collective hopes and dreams of those present, intermingled with the wisdom of those who had long since crossed over. In that moment, the spirit world opened its arms wide, inviting every soul to step closer, to feel the warmth of connection. And as the stars twinkled like watchful eyes, the drumming reached a fevered pitch, a heartbeat that resonated through the earth, binding the living and the dead in an eternal embrace. The night was alive, alive with stories, alive with memories, alive with spirits. And as the fire crackled, casting sparks into the air, one truth became undeniable. The journey of engagement with the spirit world was just beginning, a story that would weave through time, forever binding those who dared to listen. In a sun-drenched clearing, an elder stood, arms raised toward the sky, their voice a melodic whisper carried by the wind. Around them, children danced with the laughter that echoed the heartbeat of the earth, celebrating spirits of ancestors who watched over them. This sacred connection, vibrant and alive, was woven into the very fabric of their existence. Yet shadows lingered at the edges of the clearing, dark and foreboding, hinting at an upheaval that would shatter this serene world. As colonizers set foot on the land, they viewed it through a lens of ownership, oblivious to the profound spiritual ties that the Aboriginal people held. They saw resources to exploit, not a sacred home filled with stories and songs that danced on the tongues of the people. These newcomers brought with them a foreign belief system, one that brushed aside the rich tapestry of Aboriginal spirituality, claiming it to be primitive, unworthy of respect. The land, once revered as a living entity, an extension of the self, was now a mere commodity, stripped of its soul. The impact was insidious. Missionaries arrived armed with Bibles intent on saving the souls of the indigenous people. Their approach was steeped in a misunderstanding that veiled the beauty of the spiritual practices they sought to eradicate. In sacred gatherings where firelight flickered against the night, elders shared stories of the Dreamtime, tales of creation that connected the people to the land, to their ancestors, and to each other. But the colonizers dismissed these beliefs, branding them as mere myths, pushing a singular narrative that left no room for the complexity and depth of Aboriginal spirituality. With each passing year, the disconnection widened. Children were forcibly taken from their families, placed in residential schools where their language was stripped away, and their traditions were mocked. This act wasn't just a physical removal. It was a brutal severing of spiritual ties. The children, once cradled in the warmth of their culture, now walked the cold halls of institutions that viewed them as empty vessels to be filled with foreign doctrines. Their laughter faded, replaced by an eerie silence that echoed the loss of identity. Elders remembered the nights spent under a canopy of stars, where each constellation told a story. But as the colonizers expanded their settlements, the very stories began to fade, buried beneath the weight of new buildings and foreign ways. The sacred sites, once alive with ceremony and connection, became targets for development, their spirits silenced by bulldozers. The earth, which had cradled the footsteps of generations, was now marked by the scars of progress, a haunting reminder of what was lost. Among those who suffered greatly was a young woman named Miriam. Her heart ached as she stood at the edge of her village, watching the smoke rise from the chimneys of a nearby settlement. The rituals that had once filled her life with purpose were replaced by an emptiness that threatened to swallow her whole. She felt the spirits of her ancestors whispering through the trees, urging her to remember, to resist. Yet how could she hold on to a culture that others sought to erase? As Miriam grew, she became a beacon of hope for her community, gathering the remnants of the sacred knowledge that had been so ruthlessly attacked. She listened to the stories of the elders, weaving them into her own narrative, reclaiming the pieces that had been scattered. Each word was a prayer, each gathering a defiance against the tide of colonization that sought to drown her culture. The fire crackled as she spoke, sparks flying into the night, carrying her people's prayers to the heavens. But the fight was far from over. The colonizers ramped up their efforts, determined to cleanse the land of its indigenous spirit. Laws were enacted to control the lives of Aboriginal people, forcing them into a system that sought to erase their very essence. The theft of land continued, and with it, the theft of spiritual practices. Sacred ceremonies were outlawed, turning vibrant celebrations of life and connection into whispers in the wind, hidden and hushed. The tension grew palpable, filling the air with a desperate yearning for connection, for reclamation. The drumbeat of resistance resonated through the hearts of those who refused to let their culture die. Under the moonlight, women gathered to dance, their bodies moving in rhythm with the earth, each step a reclamation of their spirit. The firelight flickered, illuminating their faces, fierce and resolute, reminding them of the ancestors who walked before them. In this charged atmosphere, Miriam felt a surge of strength from the very ground beneath her feet. It was as if the earth itself was breathing with her, feeding her spirit, urging her to fight for the stories yet untold. In her dreams, she saw the faces of her ancestors, guiding her, reminding her of the power of the land and the importance of preserving the connection. Their whispers grew louder, intertwining with her heartbeat, echoing a message of resilience. But outside the safety of their gatherings, the encroachment continued. The children, once filled with laughter and curiosity, now faced a future where their heritage could be snatched away at any moment. The looming threat of assimilation hung in the air, a ghost that haunted every corner of their lives. Miriam knew the burden of this reality. She had felt it in her bones, a weight that threatened to crush their spirit entirely. Yet, even in the darkest moments, the flicker of hope remained. Elders began to rise, voices strong and unwavering, demanding recognition of their rights, their spirituality, their land. They stood firm, their wisdom a shield against the tide of erasure. The movement grew, ignited by a collective yearning for justice, for acknowledgement of the sacredness of their traditions and the land they had cared for since time immemorial. Miriam felt the fire of determination ignite within her. The stories were not gone. They pulsed with life, waiting to be reclaimed. In this moment, she knew the journey ahead would be fraught with challenges, but the spirits of her ancestors were with her, guiding the way through the shadows of colonization. The echoes of the past would not be silenced, and the connection to spirituality would rise again, stronger than ever. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, the fight for recognition, for spirituality, for identity continued. It was a battle not just for survival, but for the very soul of a people, a struggle that transcended time, bridging the past with the future, forever intertwined with the land they called home. The fire crackled softly in the village square, its warm glow flickering against the faces of the elders who sat in a circle, each one a keeper of stories that danced in the night air. Just beyond the flickering light, shadows stretched like fingers reaching for something lost, something precious. They were the remnants of a culture, tethered to the past yet slipping through the cracks of time like sand through an hourglass. The elders' stories wove a rich tapestry of traditions, each thread a memory of a world that had once flourished, a world now threatened by the relentless march of change. The laughter of children echoed nearby, but it was a laughter tinged with confusion. They played games that had borrowed elements from a culture not their own, unaware of the stories that had once filled their ancestors' dreams. Each game, each song they sang was a fragment of a history that had been washed away, a fading echo of the vibrant life that had once thrived in their land. As the evening deepened, the elders' voices grew hushed, and the weight of their worries hung over the square like a heavy cloud. They felt the pull of an invisible tide, one that had swept away their myths, their songs, their very identity. In the corners of the village, remnants of culture were vividly present but also painfully absent. The once bright colors of traditional attire had dulled, replaced by the starkness of foreign fabrics. The old rituals, once performed with reverence, were now mere shadows of their former selves, reduced to awkward imitations. Would future generations remember the dances that told the stories of their ancestors? Would they ever know the significance of the harvest festival, rich with meaning, which had been celebrated for centuries? This cultural displacement was not merely a loss of tradition, it was a heart-wrenching erasure of identity. The weight of centuries pressed against the hearts of the villagers, who now faced a future shrouded in uncertainty. The stories of their creation were no longer shared as bedtime tales, but had become whispers carried away by the wind, their meanings slipping further from reach. The elders feared that as they passed, so too would their knowledge, like sand slipping through fingers. A young girl, Maya, sat on the edge of the square, her wide eyes reflecting the flickering flames. She felt the warmth of the fire but sensed a cool breeze of loneliness brushing against her cheek. She wanted to understand why her grandmother's stories made her heart ache, why they held a power that made her want to scream and cry all at once. One evening, she gathered her courage and asked her grandmother, "Why do we celebrate the harvest festival when no one remembers what it means?" Her grandmother turned, the weight of generations etched into her wrinkled face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "My child, this festival is not just an event. It is our voice. It is how we connect with our ancestors, how we honor the earth, and how we remember who we are. If we forget, we are lost. And if we are lost—" Her voice trailed off, swallowed by the night. Maya felt a chill crawl up her spine. What if they were already lost? The thought of a future where no one shared the ancient tales haunted her dreams. The legends of the great river that once teemed with life, the spirit animals that roamed the forests, and the wisdom of the stars. All of it felt like a distant echo, fading with each passing day. As time went on, the village began to change further. New faces appeared, bringing new customs, but also an indifference to what had come before. The sound of laughter no longer carried the same warmth. Instead, it often felt like a hollow noise, a distraction from the weight that hung in the air. The villagers watched as their familiar landscapes were reshaped, as modernity imposed itself upon their once sacred spaces. The old temple, where generations had gathered to seek guidance from the spirits, now stood abandoned, its walls covered in graffiti that shouted of rebellion but silenced the whispers of the past. The river, once the lifeblood of the village, was now choked with refuse, carrying away the dreams of those who had once revered it. Maya felt the tears sting her eyes as she traced her fingers along the cracked stone of the temple. She could hear the whispers of her ancestors urging her to remember, urging her to fight against the tide of forgetfulness that threatened to engulf them all. Determined, she gathered her friends, igniting a spark in their hearts. Together they began to learn the old songs, the dances, the stories that had once filled their village with life. As they sang under the stars, a flicker of hope illuminated the darkness. The rhythms of their voices intertwined, weaving a new tapestry that honored the past while embracing the present. They danced, not just with joy, but with a fierce determination to reclaim their identity. Each twirl, each beat was a declaration. They were not lost, and neither were their myths. But the shadows of cultural displacement lingered, casting doubt and fear. Would their efforts be enough to awaken the spirits of the past? Would the village embrace them, or would they become mere keepers of a memory, fading into the silence of time? The question hung heavy in the air, unanswered as the fire crackled on, and the moon bore witness to the struggle between memory and oblivion. In that moment, the village stood at a crossroads, teetering on the edge of a history that could either be reclaimed or erased. The power of the lost myths beckoned, but what would it take to restore them? Maya and her friends felt the weight of their ancestors upon their shoulders, their silent cries pushing them forward, igniting a fire that could not be easily extinguished. The night was thick with emotion, a potent mix of hope and fear as the whispered stories began to stir once again. And somewhere, deep in the earth, the roots of their culture remained, waiting to be nurtured back to life. In a small town nestled between golden sands and whispering gum trees, an elder stands before a group of wide-eyed children, her voice weaving tales that dance like shadows in the flickering light of a campfire. The night is heavy with the scent of smoke and the soft rustle of leaves, as if the very earth is leaning in to listen. Long ago, she begins, her tone both gentle and commanding, the stars were born from the dreams of our ancestors, and the rivers are the veins of the earth, pulsing with the stories of our people. This is no ordinary tale. It's a tapestry of life, woven with threads of history, culture, and spirit that still resonate today. The children lean closer, eyes sparkling with wonder, as she unfolds the myths that have shaped their identity, stories of the rainbow serpent, who carved the landscape, and Tiddalik, the frog who drank all the water. In this moment, the past and present intertwine, creating a bridge between generations. The elder's stories are a lifeline, connecting her listeners to a rich heritage that has survived centuries of change and challenge. As the embers of the fire glow brighter, it becomes clear that Aboriginal mythology is not just a collection of ancient tales. It is a living, breathing entity. Artists today are inspired by these legends, their brushstrokes igniting canvases with vibrant colors that reflect the dreams of the Dreamtime. Sculptors shape the earth into forms that echo the spirits of their ancestors, each piece telling its own story. Musicians infuse their songs with the rhythms of the land, their melodies carrying whispers of the past into the present, tapping into a well of emotions that transcends time. In urban galleries and modern theaters, Aboriginal stories are given new voices. A young filmmaker, armed with a camera and a heart full of passion, begins to share her vision. With each frame she captures, she breathes life into the ancient tales, merging tradition with contemporary themes. Her characters grapple with love, loss, and identity, resonating with audiences who might have never heard the stories before. The screen flickers with images of sacred landscapes and ancestral spirits, drawing in viewers who cannot look away, who feel the pull of a history that is both foreign and familiar. In the bustling heart of a city, a group of performers gathers in a park, their bodies moving in sync as they enact a story passed down through generations. The energy crackles in the air as they embody the spirits of the land, evoking gasps and cheers from onlookers. With every leap and spin, they portray not just a story but the very essence of their culture, a reminder that these myths are integral to their existence. People from different backgrounds pause and reflect, their hearts racing with a newfound understanding and appreciation for a world they had only glimpsed before. Yet, amid the celebration, a tension simmers beneath the surface. The echoes of colonization still linger, an ever-present shadow threatening to overshadow the vibrant expressions of Aboriginal culture. In boardrooms and bureaucracies, debates over land rights and cultural appropriation arise, igniting fierce passions. The fight for recognition and respect continues, as many strive to ensure that the stories of their ancestors are told with authenticity and reverence. An author pens a novel, weaving her own experiences with threads of mythology, crafting characters that navigate the complexities of identity in a modern world. The protagonist, a young woman searching for her roots, embarks on a journey that leads her through the echoes of the past. She encounters spirits who guide her, and as she learns about her lineage, readers are drawn into a world where the ancient and modern collide. Each page turns like the seasons, stirring emotions deep within, leaving readers with an insatiable hunger for more. Amid the vibrant arts scene, a community gathers for a festival celebrating Aboriginal heritage, their laughter ringing out like the joyful calls of native birds. Food stalls filled with traditional dishes fill the air with mouth-watering aromas, while storytellers share legends that echo through the ages. The crowd sways to the beat of drums, their hearts beating in time with the rhythm of the land. As the sun sets, a sense of unity envelops them, a powerful reminder that these stories belong not just to one group, but to all who walk this land. In classrooms across the country, educators are beginning to incorporate Aboriginal mythology into their lessons, fostering an environment of understanding and respect. Students listen intently as they learn about the rich tapestry of stories that have shaped Australia, their curiosity ignited. They see the connections between the ancient myths and their own lives, realizing that these tales carry valuable lessons about resilience, respect for the earth, and the importance of community. But with progress comes the fear of misrepresentation. Conversations around cultural sensitivity become crucial, as artists and creators seek to honor the voices of the original storytellers. Workshops spring up, where knowledge is shared and collaborations form. The air buzzes with ideas as individuals from different backgrounds come together, forging new paths while holding close the wisdom of those who have walked before them. As twilight descends, the elder finishes her story, and silence envelops the children, a breath held in time. They gaze up at the stars, feeling the weight of their ancestors' dreams resting upon them. The fire crackles softly, and though the night is still, a whisper of anticipation lingers in the air. Tomorrow they will carry these stories with them, sharing them with others, ensuring that the myths of their people continue to thrive in a world that is constantly evolving. The stars shine brightly above, a testament to the enduring legacy of Aboriginal mythology, a tale that weaves through time and space, forever connecting the past to the present. With each heartbeat, with each breath, the stories live on, waiting to be told and retold, illuminating the path for generations to come. And so the conversation continues, a vibrant dialogue that bridges cultures and generations, a promise that the myths will never fade, but instead grow stronger with each telling. The clock struck midnight, its chime sounding like a whisper in the dark, drawing forth shadows that danced softly against the walls of an old room. A figure lay beneath the tangled sheets, their breath steady yet shallow, caught in the fragile fabric of dreams. Outside, the world was still, but within the confines of the mind, galaxies spun and possibilities unfurled in vibrant colors. Here, in this sacred space, the lines between dreaming and reality blurred, giving rise to moments that felt both familiar and alien. In the quietude of the night, echoes of history lingered, stories of those who walked the earth long before. The great philosopher Aristotle once mused about dreams, suggesting they were a window to the soul. A tapestry woven from the threads of consciousness and the unknown. He believed dreams could offer insights, prophesying events or reflecting our innermost fears. This ancient wisdom hung heavy in the air, a reminder that what was once thought of as mere fancy could indeed hold deeper truths. As the figure shifted in their sleep, the shadows morphed. A vibrant marketplace sprang to life, vendors shouting, spices filling the air, laughter ringing like bells. It was the bustling streets of ancient Rome, where the hum of life vibrated through the cobblestones. The dreamer wandered through the throngs, feeling the pulse of the past in every heartbeat. Each face told a story, each interaction a forgotten tale, and yet they were mere silhouettes, flickering and fading like candle flames in the wind. Suddenly, the scene shifted, a stark contrast to the warmth of the marketplace. A battlefield stretched out, the clashing of swords resonating in the air. The dreamer was now a soldier, adrenaline coursing through their veins, fear coiling tightly in their chest. The smell of smoke and blood mixed, the cries of warriors echoing off the cold stone walls. Images of the Battle of Thermopylae surfaced, where 300 Spartans faced an overwhelming army. The dreamer felt the weight of history, the courage of those men who stood resolute, knowing they were fighting not just for their lives, but for a legacy. But this was not the end. It was merely a moment. The dream shifted again, spiraling into the depths of the Renaissance. The dreamer stood before a canvas, watching as a figure named Leonardo da Vinci painted the Mona Lisa. The air was thick with creativity, the kind that sparked revolutions and transformed cultures. The slight smile on the woman in the painting seemed to hold secrets, inviting the dreamer to ponder what lay beneath the surface. Was it happiness or sadness? A question that echoed throughout time, reflecting humanity's own complexities. Yet, with each transition came an undercurrent of unease. The dreamer felt a tug, a warning whispered on the wind, something lurking just beyond the edges of perception. History is riddled with shadows, moments when reality and the unseen collide. Ghost stories from the past floated into the dream. A young girl in Victorian England, her spirit trapped in a grand estate, forever yearning for freedom. The dreamer could feel her sorrow, an emotion so potent it threatened to drown in its depth. The past pressed against them like a cold breeze, reminding them that every dream holds a trace of reality, and every reality is but a dream, waiting to awaken. And then came the moment that sent a shiver through the dreamer's spine. A cavernous hall emerged, adorned with candles flickering in unison. It was a gathering of minds, thinkers illuminated by the glow of their ideas. The dreamer could feel the weight of expectation, the push and pull of intellect and ambition. Figures like Socrates and Galileo debated fiercely, their voices intertwining like melodies of a symphony. Yet, in this exchange of brilliance, a shadow flickered in the corner, an ominous reminder that even the greatest minds are hunted by doubt and fear. The dreamer could sense it, a dark specter of ignorance, lurking just out of sight, ready to pounce on any flicker of light. The dreamer felt pulled between the brilliance of human achievement and the darkness that often accompanied it. With each pulse of history, the lines blurred further, the dreamscape weaving moments together like an intricate quilt. Voices from the past rose and fell like waves on a shore, each whisper a lesson learned. A warning issued. They began to understand that reality and dreams are not separate entities. They are entwined, each informing the other, each shaping the world experienced. Caught in the flow, the dreamer found themselves on a ship, sailing through the tempest of the age of exploration. The salty air filled their lungs as they felt the pull of the ocean, the thrill and terror of the unknown. Explorers of old, like Columbus and Magellan, risked their lives chasing dreams of new worlds, driven by passion and ambition. But the dreamer also sensed the dangers that came with conquest and colonization, lives lost in the pursuit of glory. Each wave crashed against the hull, a reminder of the fine line between discovery and destruction. Just when the dreamer thought they could hold on to their fleeting moments of clarity, the scene fractured without warning. They were thrown into a disorienting whirlpool of chaos. visions of war and peace intertwining. The faces of soldiers and families, tired from loss yet resilient in hope, blended together. The dreamer witnessed the horrors of the great wars, the faces etched with pain, and yet, amidst the destruction, glimpses of humanity shone through, the compassion of strangers helping one another, the resolve to rebuild even when all seemed lost. The experience engulfed them, a haunting reminder that history is not merely a collection of dates, but the essence of human experience, love, loss, and the relentless pursuit of dreams. Each heartbeat echoed through time, a bridge connecting past, present, and an uncertain future. A chill rippled through the air as the dreamer felt the weight of 1,000 lives lived, each story a thread in the complex fabric of humanity. Just as the emotions swelled, a flicker of light beckoned, promising clarity and revelation. The dreamer reached for it, feeling the warmth seep into their very core, but the moment hung precariously, teetering on the brink of revelation and oblivion. An invisible line tethered the dreamer to the waking world, yet the call of history, the allure of dreams, pulsed with an urgency that left them breathless, caught in a loop that threatened to dissolve the boundaries between dreaming and reality forever. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying a tale as old as the earth itself, a tale of spirits and of people bound by an intricate web of roles, beliefs, and the very essence of existence. Shadows danced on the ground, the flickering light of the campfire illuminating faces filled with wonder and awe as the elders began to speak. In the world of Aboriginal mythology, gender roles were not just social constructs, they were threads woven into the fabric of their spiritual life. Men and women each had their sacred duties, their responsibilities dictated by the spirits that guided them. The very essence of their being was intertwined with the land, the animals, and the celestial bodies above. Here, the stories of creators and tricksters unfolded, revealing the delicate balance that maintained harmony. As the fire crackled, the children listened, wide-eyed, as the elders spoke of Bayame, the Sky Father, who brought life and order to the world. He was a figure of strength and authority, embodying the roles typically associated with men. Bayame carved out the river valleys, raised the mountains, and breathed life into the animals that roamed the earth. His presence was felt in every breeze and echoed in every song sung by the people. But alongside him was the Earth Mother, Daramulum, a goddess whose nurturing spirit represented the vital connection to family and community. She was the one who taught the women the ways of gathering, crafting, and healing. The stories flowed like the rivers Bayame had shaped, weaving together the strengths of both creators. Yet the tension in these stories was palpable. Not every tale was one of harmony. Some were cautionary, revealing the chaos that could ensue when these roles were not respected. The stories of the Wangina, the ancestral spirits of the rain, portrayed the consequences that arose when gender roles were crossed or ignored. The Wangina, often depicted as androgynous beings, taught that a balance was essential. They brought the rains that nurtured the land but were also fierce protectors of sacred laws. When the balance tipped, the skies would darken, storms would rage, and the community would suffer. As the elders spoke, the night grew deeper, and the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Tales of the rainbow serpent emerged, a being that represented the life force that flowed within the rivers and the veins of the earth itself. It was said that when the rainbow serpent slithered through the land, it carved out valleys, created lakes, and shaped the very geography of their world. Yet it was a spirit of both creation and destruction, an embodiment of duality that mirrored the gender roles of society. Just as the serpent could create life, it could also take it away if the people strayed from the path of respect and balance. Women, through their connection to Daramulum and the life-giving forces of the earth, were seen as the keepers of knowledge, the ones who would pass down the wisdom of their ancestors. They gathered around fires, sharing stories of birth and healing, of nurturing and survival. Their power lay in their ability to sustain life, to cultivate the earth's bounty, and to teach the next generation the sacred practices that honored both the land and their spirits. They were the vessels of culture, shaping identity and community with every word spoken and every action taken. But there were tales of women who defied these roles, not out of rejection, but from a place of power. Stories of fierce warriors, like the legendary figure of Kuri, showed that women could wield weapons and lead hunts, proving that the lines drawn between their roles were not as rigid as once believed. These narratives ignited a spark of rebellion, challenging the notion that femininity was solely linked to softness and nurturing. As the flames danced higher, flickering shadows revealed faces of ancestors, watching over the gathering. The stories brought forth the spirits of the past, reminding everyone present of their place in this continuum of life. They spoke of the Dreamtime, a time when the earth was formed and spirits roamed freely, teaching lessons of love, respect, and balance. It was a time when the roles of men and women were clear, yet fluid, allowing for a dynamic interplay of strengths and weaknesses. The tension in the air thickened as a story of a great famine emerged, one that had tested the bonds of community and the adherence to sacred roles. The people had become too reliant on the bounty of the land without giving back, forgetting the teachings of the ancestors. Women had stopped gathering responsibly, while men, believing they could conquer nature, neglected their duties. The spirits grew restless, and the land began to wither. This betrayal of trust unleashed the wrath of the rainbow serpent, who unleashed floods that washed away the careless. It was a painful lesson, but one that restored the balance, reminding the people of their interconnectedness. The children huddled closer, their hearts racing, as they sensed the gravity in the elder's voice. They understood that gender roles were not just about man versus woman. It was about a partnership that gave life to their world. Just as the sun rose to reveal a new day, the stories illuminated the complexities of their existence, where the spirit of both genders coexisted in harmony, each playing a crucial role in maintaining the delicate balance of life. The fire crackled and popped, sending sparks into the cool night air as the evening wore on. Breathless with anticipation, the audience leaned in closer, captivated by the historical depth and emotional resonance of the narratives. The spirits of their ancestors lingered like a warm embrace, urging them to remember. With each story shared, the rich tapestry of their mythological heritage unfurled, binding them to the land and each other, whispering promises of continuity and legacy. The night was far from over, and just as the flames danced, so too would the stories of spirits and society continue to unfold, echoing through time and space, uniting the past with the present in an infinite loop of connection and understanding. Under the vast blanket of a star-specked sky, a young boy stood at the edge of a crumbling cliff, the wind whipping through his hair and filling his lungs with cool night air. He gazed down into the abyss, feeling the pulse of ancient stories echoing in his heart. This was not just a precipice. It was a threshold to a world where mythical heroes emerged from the shadows of time, their tales drenched in sweat, blood, and indomitable spirit. Each one of them bore the weight of resilience, their stories interwoven through generations, leaving behind whispers of courage that still resonate today. Take Heracles, the legendary demigod. Born to a mortal woman and Zeus himself, he was destined for greatness but not without suffering. From the moment of his birth, a cloud of madness sent by Hera shrouded his life in sorrow. In a fit of rage, he harmed those he loved most. Yet even amid despair, he found strength. With every labor he undertook, facing the Nemean lion, the Hydra, and the monstrous boar, he transformed his pain into resilience. Those 12 trials became more than mere tasks. They were a crucible, forging him into an enduring symbol of strength. The raw intensity of his struggle pulsed through the ages, teaching the world that true heroism lies in embracing one's flaws and rising, again and again, no matter how many times one has fallen. In another corner of the earth, the tales of King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table unfolded beneath the ancient oaks of Camelot. Arthur, a mere boy raised by a humble foster father, pulled the legendary sword Excalibur from the stone not merely as a display of strength, but as a testament to his birthright and destiny. The Round Table was not just furniture. It was a symbol of equality and unity among knights who would fight for their realm. Yet Arthur's path was riddled with betrayal, love, and loss. Guinevere's affair with Lancelot, the treachery of Mordred, and the haunting specter of Camelot's fall pushed Arthur to the brink. Yet every setback only deepened his resolve to protect his kingdom. His story, rife with both nobility and tragedy, reverberates with the reminder that even the greatest heroes are often haunted by shadows. Across the sea, in the land of the rising sun, the tale of Miyamoto Musashi stands tall as a beacon of resilience. A master swordsman, Musashi was not born into greatness. He faced relentless challenges, including battles against formidable opponents and the internal struggle for mastery over his own mind. His journey was not one of mere swordplay. It was a philosophical odyssey, where every duel tested not just his skill, but his spirit. The famous duel against Sasaki Kojiro, fought on a remote island, was not just a clash of swords, but a clash of ideals. In the heart of that battle, Musashi stood calm, embodying the essence of strength through tranquility. He emerged victorious, but not without understanding that true mastery comes from within, a realization that carved his legacy into the annals of history. In the frozen realms of Norse mythology, the mighty Thor wielded Mjolnir, his enchanted hammer, with unmatched ferocity. Yet, beneath the thunderous exterior lay a hero plagued by doubt and fear. The trials he faced, from battling the monstrous Jörmungandr to traversing the treacherous paths of the giants, tested his mettle and resolve. Thor's journey was not just about physical battles. It was a fight against the internal storms that raged within him. Every clash echoed with the resonant truth that vulnerability is a part of strength and that embracing one's fears can lead to unimaginable power. The sound of thunder became a familiar anthem, a reminder that even the mightiest heroes have an internal struggle that defines them. From the east to the west, the legacy of resilience extends into the tales of the epic warrior Achilles. The story of the Trojan War, punctuated by the clash of swords and the cries of men, was not only a narrative of glory but a poignant exploration of mortality and destiny. Achilles, blessed with godlike prowess, was invincible, until his heart was pierced by the arrow of fate. The loss of his dear friend Patroclus ignited a fire within him, transforming his grief into an unstoppable force. Yet it was not just vengeance that drove him. It was the profound understanding that love and loss define the human experience. His rage echoed through the battlefield, a raw, emotional force that urged all to confront their own vulnerabilities, to fight with the ferocity of a wounded heart. As these stories enveloped the young boy on the cliff, the shadows of heroes past wove into a rich tapestry of human experience. Each thread shimmered with tales of triumph over adversity, imparting lessons that transcended time and space. The boy felt an electric connection to these figures, realizing that their struggles were not just historical accounts but reflections of his own life's challenges. The very essence of these mythical heroes whispered to him, urging him to face his fears, to rise like the phoenix, and to embrace the trials that shaped him. Yet beneath the surface of every heroic narrative lay an undeniable truth. Resilience is not merely about facing external foes. It's about the internal battles we all endure. The greatest heroes are often those who stumble, who falter, yet find a way to continue. Their stories remind us that it is okay to feel lost, that even in our darkest moments, a flicker of strength can emerge. As the night deepened, the stars above twinkled like unspoken promises of hope. The boy's heart raced with anticipation, for he now understood that he was part of this grand tapestry. The echoes of ancient heroes filled the air, mingling with the whispers of the wind, urging him to step forward, to write his own story of strength and resilience. The cliff, once a mere edge, now symbolized the limitless possibilities that lay before him, waiting to be embraced. The world around him transformed, blurring the lines between myth and reality. And as he turned to leave the precipice, the call of the heroes pulsed within him, a reminder that the journey of strength and resilience is never truly over. It flows like a river, winding through time, connecting one soul's story to another. Each heartbeat drummed the rhythm of hope, and with each step, he carried their legacy forward, ready to forge his own legend in a world that awaited. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the ancient hills. Shadows stretched long and dark, whispering secrets of old. In this twilight, as the last rays of light danced upon the land, the stories of gods and beasts stirred, waiting to be told. Each mountain, river, and forest held its own tale, wrapped in the breath of the wind and the rustle of leaves. Here, where the earth met the sky, the threads of humanity's greatest myths were woven together, connecting the heart of the land to the hearts of its people. Consider the rugged cliffs of Greece where the deep blue sea kissed the stony shore. The ancients gazed out across those waters, their hearts swelling with awe and fear. Legends of Poseidon, the god of the sea, blossomed from those very waves. For the fishermen and sailors who dared to venture into the vast unknown, the ocean was a living entity, a realm of monsters and beauty, fury and calm. They crafted their tales from the rhythm of the tides, their fears of storms manifesting in the turbulent figure of the sea god. It was said that when the waves crashed against the rocks, it was Poseidon himself, angry and vengeful, warning of the dangers that lurked beneath the surface. To the people, those myths were not mere stories. They were lessons carved from the environment that surrounded them. In the dense forests of the Celtic lands, where mist curled around ancient oaks, a different narrative took shape. The Celts believed that every tree, every stone, had a spirit. The goddess, Brigid, was worshipped as the keeper of the hearth, her influence felt in the warmth of flames and the growth of new life. The changing seasons were marked by rituals, celebrating both abundance and the quiet dormancy of winter. In those woods, one could almost hear the whispers of the past, the tales of warriors and witches, of fairies and druids, all shaped by the ever-present embrace of nature. The rustling leaves seemed to echo the laughter of fairies, while the silence of snow-covered ground held the weight of ancient secrets. As storms raged over the endless savannas of Africa, the people looked to the sky. The rumble of thunder became the voice of the mighty god, Ngai, who presided over all creation. Lightning would crack the sky, illuminating the land in brief flashes of brilliance. This divine display inspired stories of creation and destruction, of life and death. The environment was not just a backdrop. It was a character in every tale, shaping the destinies of those who walked beneath its expansive skies. The animals, too, were woven into the fabric of these narratives. The lion became a symbol of strength, while the gazelle represented grace, each embodying the very essence of the land they inhabited. In the land of the rising sun, Japan, the mountains stood tall and serene, cloaked in mist and mystery. Here, the divine was believed to dwell in nature itself. The kami, or spirits, were honored in shrines nestled among trees, their essence vital to the harmony of the world. The tale of Amaterasu, the sun goddess, emerged from the very light that broke through the clouds. When she hid herself in a cave, plunging the world into darkness, the people knew that the environment mirrored their emotions. The changing seasons reflected her moods. When she shone brightly, life flourished, but when she withdrew, shadows loomed. It was a dance of light and dark, mirrored by the experiences of those who walked the land. Farther north, where the icy winds howled across the tundra, the Sami people spun their narratives under the vast, starry sky. The aurora borealis painted the night with vibrant colors, a phenomenon that sparked awe and reverence. In this frozen expanse, tales of the sun and moon came alive, their interactions depicted through the dance of the lights. The environment shaped their belief in spirits that roamed the snow-covered landscape. Every snowflake, every gust of wind, was alive with stories waiting to be shared. It was a world where survival hinged on understanding the land, where myths were born from the cycle of life and death, echoing the harsh realities of existence in the Arctic. Even in the deserts of the Middle East, where the sun blazed down mercilessly, the environment sculpted the narratives of ancient civilizations. The Mesopotamians, surrounded by vast expanses of sand, conjured images of gods like Enlil, who controlled the winds and storms. The floods of the Tigris and Euphrates were seen as divine intervention, a reminder of nature's unpredictable power. Here, in this arid land, the myths of creation and chaos intertwined, echoing the struggles of a people who thrived and faltered in the face of their challenging environment. The desert, with its stark beauty, birthed stories of resilience and hope, each grain of sand a testament to the passage of time and the weight of history. The lush valleys of the Andes held their own mysteries. The Inca civilization, cloaked in the majesty of the mountains, revered Inti, the sun god, whose light brought life to their crops. The peaks of the Andes were not just mountains, they were sacred places, the backbone of their existence. In the hearts of the Andean people, legends sprang forth from the rivers that flowed down the mountains, each twist and turn of the waterway telling tales of creation and connection. The environment cradled their spirituality, binding their lives to the land in profound ways, where every harvest was a celebration of life gifted by the sun and mountains. As dusk fell across the lands, the stories continued to unfold, rich with the weight of history and the breath of the earth. Each environment whispered its own myths, connecting the past and present, the divine and mortal. Amidst the firelight and the shadows, the echoes of these narratives lingered, beckoning those who were willing to listen, to feel, and to understand the profound influence of the world around them. The tales of gods and heroes, of nature and humanity, were not just stories. They were the very essence of existence, binding all in an eternal dance, always waiting for the next chapter to be written. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow across the land as an ancient song echoed through the air, weaving its way through the trees and over the undulating hills. In that moment, time felt like a thick mist, suspended and swirling, cradling memories of ancestors long past, their voices a soothing balm against the throbbing pulse of the present. The warmth of the earth radiated beneath bare feet, grounding those who walked upon it in a rhythm that transcended mere seconds and minutes. In Aboriginal spirituality, time stands as a vast turquoise sea rather than a straight line. It is not a narrow path leading from one event to another, but spirals, loops, and circles, an intricate dance where past, present, and future meld into one. The stories of the Dreamtime, those sacred tales of creation, are alive and breathing, woven into every rock, every stream, and every whisper of the wind. They are not just tales to be told, they are truths that shape the very fabric of existence. Around the campfire, the flickering flames illuminated the faces of the gathered, each expression carved with the weight of generations. Eyes sparkled with the light of shared history and belonging. As the elders spoke, their voices carried the essence of the land and the lifeblood of their people. The listeners leaned closer, drawn into a world where time was not linear, but a tapestry of experiences, a mosaic reflecting every heartbeat, every breath, every heartbeat of the earth. "Here," an elder began, her voice low and melodic, "is where the sky meets the ground. Our stories do not end, they cycle through us, nurturing the land and each other." Each word was a thread, stitching together the past and present into a living quilt. The tales flowed like water, filling the air with a sense of sacredness, an understanding that everything is interconnected. In this world, the ancestors walked beside them, their spirits lingering in the shadows, guiding the way. As dusk settled, a sudden chill swept through the air, sending goosebumps racing down spines. A hush fell over the group as a sudden realization took hold. The stories of their ancestors weren't relegated to history. They were still unfolding in every heartbeat of the present. A child, wide-eyed with wonder, whispered a question. "Do they see us?" That question hung in the air, heavy yet filled with hope, as if the very essence of the land held its breath. Time, for the Aboriginal people, was a sacred circle, always returning to itself, each moment a reflection of what had come before. The Dreamtime was not a distant memory, but a vivid reality that pulsed through their veins. They understood that the land itself was a living chronicle, etched with footprints and painted with stories. The stars above were not just pinpricks of light. They were the souls of ancestors watching over, providing guidance and wisdom. The fire crackled, and with each pop, the tension of the night built as the stories grew more intense. Tales of creation, of great beings shaping the world from nothingness, filled the air with a sense of awe. The spirit of the rainbow serpent slithered through the grasslands, bringing life and color, reminding all of the vibrancy of existence. As the stories reached their climax, the very earth seemed to vibrate with energy, a reminder that every tale held power, capable of shaping destinies and illuminating the path ahead. There was a moment when the boundaries of reality began to blur. A figure appeared at the edge of the firelight, ethereal and elegant, a fleeting glimpse of an ancestor, long forgotten yet vividly present. Gasps echoed around the circle as hearts raced, each beat a testament to the connection between past and present. In that instant, the understanding crystallized. Time was not simply a measure of days and nights. It was a continuum, a living entity that breathes and evolves, filled with the wisdom of those who came before. As the first stars twinkled above, the night deepened, and the air became thick with anticipation. The stories formed a bridge, linking the living with the spirits. The energy was electric, pulsing like a heartbeat, reminding everyone that their existence was steeped in a rich history, a continuous dance of life that stretched back to the beginning of time. With every story shared, the past surged forward, infusing the present with a vibrant intensity that demanded to be felt. Laughter mingled with tears as tales of joy and hardship wove together, each thread a testament to resilience and hope. The earth beneath them thrummed with life, alive with the echoes of those who had come before. A sudden wind swept through the gathering, a powerful force that seemed to whisper secrets carried from ancient times. It stirred the embers of the fire, sending sparks into the night sky, dancing like the spirits above. In that moment, there was an undeniable connection, a profound understanding that they were not separate from the land, the stories, or each other. They were all woven into the same fabric, a cosmic tapestry rich with history and meaning. With the stories echoing in their hearts, they felt the pull of something greater, a longing to understand the depth of their existence. Time was not merely a sequence of events, it was an experience that enveloped them, wrapping them in warmth, urging them to listen, to learn, to embrace the sacredness of every moment. The past surged forth, present and alive like the flickering flames as they leaned into the stories, feeling their weight, their power, and their unfading light. As the night wore on, the shadows deepened and the fire began to wane. Yet the stories never faded. They lingered, hanging in the air, weaving into the very essence of those gathered. The understanding of time, as perceived by the Aboriginal people, was a current that flowed through their lives, a rhythm that echoed in the silence, a heartbeat that would never cease. The land held its breath, waiting, knowing that the stories would continue, spiraling through generations, each word a seed planted in fertile soil, ready to bloom anew. And so the night stretched on, a canvas painted with the hues of history and the promise of what was yet to come, leaving each soul yearning for more, for the next moment when the past would once again meet the present, creating a beautiful, endless loop of existence. In a time when the skies were painted with the hues of dawn and dusk, ancient voices whispered tales of beginnings and endings, weaving the very fabric of existence. Each culture held tightly to its own stories, sacred myths that spiraled through generations like twisting vines, binding the hearts of humanity together in an unbroken chain of belief. The air crackled with anticipation as the world balanced on the edge of creation and destruction, a perpetual cycle of birth and decay that resonated through the ages. From the icy peaks of Mount Olympus, the Greeks recounted how chaos, a gaping void, birthed the cosmos. It was from this chaos that Gaia, the earth, emerged, giving rise to mountains, rivers, and life itself. As the sun rose over the Aegean Sea, the stories of gods clashing in celestial battles echoed across the land. Zeus hurled thunderbolts while Titans and Olympians grappled for control, creating not just the world but the very essence of conflict, showcasing the tumultuous nature of life itself. In stark contrast, the Norse myths painted a vivid picture of destruction long before creation. Yggdrasil, the great tree of life, stood at the center of the cosmos, its branches reaching out to all worlds. Yet, beneath its roots, the serpentine Nidhogg gnawed, a constant reminder that even life is shadowed by decay. The frigid winds of Ragnarok, the prophesied end of all things, loomed ominously. As gods prepared for battle, the heavens crackled with energy, and the earth quaked, foretelling an end that would birth new beginnings, a cycle of rebirth shrouded in the mist of despair. In the heart of the African continent, the Dogon people sang songs honoring the Nomo, water spirits believed to have descended from the stars. They told of the creation of humanity from clay, molded by the hands of these celestial beings as the sun bathed everything in golden light. Yet they also whispered of the great flood, of water swallowing the earth, erasing the footprints of life. In their eyes, both the birth of existence and its inevitable demise danced together like shadows, intertwined in a tragic embrace. Across the vast deserts of the Middle East, ancient texts echoed the tale of the Garden of Eden, where the first humans walked in harmony with creation. But the fateful bite of that forbidden fruit unleashed a wave of destruction. Banished from paradise, humanity was thrust into a world of toil and strife. The contrasting arcs of creation and destruction were inextricably linked, entwined like vines in the warm, embracing earth. Meanwhile, in the rich jungles of South America, the Mayans spoke of Tepo and Guchumats, two gods who took counsel from the cosmos before crafting the world. The first creation, they said, was flawed. The beings they shaped from mud fell apart under the weight of existence. With each failure, the gods grew more resolved. They created humanity from maize, blessed with the ability to think, feel, and love. Yet, in their stories lingered the impending doom, a great cataclysm that would sweep away entire civilizations, reminding listeners that all creations carry the seeds of their own destruction. In the land of the rising sun, the Shinto belief system held sacred the myth of Izanagi and Izanami, divine beings who stirred the ocean to create islands and life. Their tale, however, spiraled into darkness when Izanami succumbed to death, plunging Izanagi into despair. As he descended into the underworld, the stark contrast between love and loss became palpable, an eternal reminder that creation often gives birth to mourning. In the shadows of grand tales, the echoes of destruction resounded. The ancient Egyptian texts chronicled the cyclical nature of creation and obliteration through the Osiris myth. Here, Osiris, the god of life, fell prey to treachery and was torn apart, his pieces scattered across the land. Yet from his death rose the promise of resurrection, a powerful reminder that death is not the end, but a transition into something new, something yet to be realized. As myths wove their intricate patterns, the stories of the Aztecs emerged, where Quetzalcoatl's journey from creator to destroyer unfolded like a fevered dream. The god brought life through corn and civilization, only to later unleash the sun's fury, inciting droughts and despair. Humanity stood on the precipice of creation and demise, caught in a relentless dance where every heartbeat echoed with the weight of consequence. Among the indigenous tribes of North America, the creation myth of the great turtle told of the world rising from the depths of the water. As the creatures of the earth flourished, the balance remained precarious. The tales of the trickster, a coyote weaving through the fabric of existence, repeatedly highlighted the thin veil between life and destruction, reminding all that missteps could spiral into chaos. The stories continued, folding into one another, a tapestry of emotions where creation and destruction intertwined. They tugged at the heartstrings, igniting the spirit with both hope and dread. Each culture, rich in its own history, illustrated the fragility of life, underscoring the delicate balance that hung in the air like a fragile thread, ready to snap under the weight of ambition and folly. In every whispered tale, the essence of humanity shimmered, a driving force that yearned to create, yet bore the burden of knowing that every action could lead to ruin. Destiny hung in the balance, as the world spun through cycles of birth and decay, the stories of each myth intertwining, creating a vast, interconnected web of existence. Each listener, captivated, felt the pull of history, the raw power of emotions, the understanding that they too were part of this grand narrative. The whispers of creation and destruction flowed seamlessly, waiting for the next heartbeat, the next breath, the next story to be told. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows over a grove of ancient trees. Their gnarled branches whispered secrets to the wind, stories of times when spiritual beliefs danced hand in hand with the natural world. In this sacred space, a sense of something greater thrummed just beneath the surface, a palpable energy that connected the earth, the sky, and the souls who walked upon it. It was here, where humanity's yearning for the divine fused with the raw beauty of nature, that an unbreakable bond was forged, a bond that has echoed through history, resounding in the hearts of countless generations. Long before the modern world emerged, ancient tribes roamed the forests and plains, their lives intricately woven with the rhythms of the earth. The sun, moon, and stars guided their days. Rivers, mountains, and trees became their sanctuaries. They believed in spirits residing in every rock and stream, in every gust of wind and rustle of leaves. These beliefs were not mere stories, they were lifelines, helping to navigate the mysteries of existence. The Great Spirit, or the Earth Mother, was not a distant deity but a living presence, felt deeply in the pulse of life that surrounded them. In the heart of sacred groves, rituals took place. Bonfires blazed under the tapestry of stars, casting flickering shadows that danced in rhythm with the heartbeat of the earth. Drums echoed in the night, signaling the presence of something divine. Men and women clasped hands, their voices rising in song, a harmonious tribute to the forces that sustained them. They understood that their existence was intertwined with nature, that to honor the land was to honor themselves. They offered gratitude to the animals that fed them, the plants that healed them, and the elements that shaped their world. Fast forward to the time of the Celts, who revered nature in every aspect of their spirituality. They built stone circles and sacred sites aligned with the sun and moon, creating a celestial calendar that governed their lives. Each season brought its own celebration, a deep acknowledgement of life's cycles. The ancient Druids sought wisdom in the rustle of leaves and the flight of birds, believing that nature held the keys to understanding life, death, and rebirth. Oak trees became sacred, symbolizing strength and resilience, while rivers were seen as veins of the earth, carrying the spirit of life itself. As the ages passed, various cultures embraced this sacred connection to nature. In the lush landscapes of India, Hindu philosophies took root, intertwining spirituality with the natural world. Rivers like the Ganges were not merely bodies of water, they were considered goddesses, bestowing purity and blessing upon the land and its people. Temples rose along the riverbanks where devotees came to offer prayers, their hearts beating in sync with the flowing water. They believed that by immersing themselves in the river, they could wash away their sins and connect with the divine essence that permeated the universe. In the Americas, indigenous tribes like the Navajo and Sioux held an unshakable belief in the sacredness of the land. They saw themselves as caretakers of the earth, entrusted with the duty to maintain balance and harmony. Every rock, every creature, and every gust of wind was a manifestation of spirit. Ceremonies were held in harmony with the seasons, calling upon the ancestors for guidance and blessings. The eagle's flight and the wolf's howl were powerful reminders of the connection shared between humanity and nature, echoing through the hearts of those who listened. The relationship between spirituality and nature took on new forms during the Renaissance, when humanity began to awaken to the beauty of the world around them. Artists painted landscapes that celebrated the divine in nature, capturing moments that stirred the soul. The works of Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci showcase the intricate interplay between mankind and the natural order, a reflection of a deeper understanding of life's complexity. Nature was no longer just a backdrop. It became a canvas, a source of inspiration, and a portal to the divine. In the tranquil gardens of Kyoto, Zen Buddhism blossomed, teaching practitioners to find enlightenment in simplicity and the beauty of nature. The meticulous arrangement of stones, water, and plants in Zen gardens became a meditative practice, a way to connect with the universe. Each element was chosen with intention, reflecting the belief that nature mirrors the inner landscape of the soul. A single pebble could evoke profound insight, a moment of stillness leading to deeper understanding. As the world moved into the modern era, the threads of spirituality and nature began to fray under the weight of industrialization. The cacophony of machines drowned out the whispers of the trees, and concrete jungles replaced lush landscapes. Yet, even amidst the chaos, small pockets of resistance emerged. Eco-spirituality began to bloom, a movement that sought to reclaim the sacredness of the earth and reconnect humanity to its roots. People gathered in circles, sharing stories of the land, singing songs of healing, and calling for a return to the harmonious relationship that had been lost. Amidst the towering skyscrapers and bustling streets, individuals found solace in their gardens, small oases of green in a world of steel and concrete. They planted flowers and vegetables, nurturing life in their patches of earth. Each seed sown became an act of rebellion against a world that had forgotten to listen to the rustling leaves and the chirping birds. In these moments, surrounded by the vibrant colors of nature, they felt the pulse of the universe, a reminder that the connection to the earth could never truly be severed. The wind carried the scent of blooming flowers, and the laughter of children echoed in the air. As the sun rose each day, it painted the sky with hues of gold and pink, a reminder of the beauty that exists in every fleeting moment. Spirituality and nature continued to intertwine, a dance of energy and emotion, binding together all those who sought to understand the profound relationship that sustains us. And so, the story of spirituality and nature unfolds, a rich tapestry woven through time, echoing the heartbeat of the earth and the souls who inhabit it. The journey is ongoing, a testament to humanity's unyielding quest for connection, meaning, and the sacred. With each step taken upon the whispering ground, the bond strengthens, a promise that life, in all its forms, is a reflection of something greater. On the murky edge of twilight, when shadows stretch long and the world seems to whisper secrets, A chill races down the spine of those who dare to tread the path of the unseen. It is in this fragile moment, caught between day and night, that the air thickens with the presence of spirits, ghosts and otherworldly beings that resonate with stories of the past. In every corner of the globe, tales of these ethereal entities echo through time, each one weaving a tapestry of fear, longing, and curiosity. In ancient Japan, the yurei, spirits of the restless dead, linger in the spaces where life once flourished. Legends tell of women scorned, their souls burdened by betrayal. Rising from the shadows wrapped in white funeral kimonos, their hair disheveled and eyes hollow with sorrow. Many a villager has recounted a chilling encounter with one of these spirits, their bones practically iced over by the icy grip of an unfulfilled life. Under the full moon, one could hear their mournful wails drifting through the air, a haunting reminder that some stories don't end with death. Across the oceans, nestled in the rich history of Ireland, the banshee weeps for families, her cry a portent of death. Legends claim she appears as an old woman, her hair wild and gray, or as a beautiful maiden, aglow with an ethereal light. Many have heard her desperate lament, an otherworldly song that reverberates through the hills. Those who encounter the banshee know that her presence is both a blessing and a curse, marking the threshold between the living and the dead. The sound of her cry is enough to freeze the blood. For those who hear it, the air becomes thick with the weight of impending loss. In the heart of New England, the ghostly figure of Lizzie Borden still roams, forever linked to the dark rumors of her family's demise. On a fog-drenched night, one might catch a glimpse of her silhouette framed within the windows of the infamous Borden house, a lingering presence that chills the spine of even the most skeptical. Shadows dance along the creaking floorboards, whispers of her name echoing through the rooms. And visitors often leave with a feeling of being watched, an unsettling reminder that history clings to its secrets like a child to a mother. Yet these manifestations are not limited to a single era or region. The tales are woven into the very fabric of human culture. The ancient Greeks feared the restless shades of the underworld, and they created rituals to appease them, offerings of honey and wine placed at the graves. The Romans, too, honored the spirits of their ancestors, believing that the dead could protect the living. It's a belief that stretches through centuries and geography, as cultures across the world share a fear and fascination with what lies beyond the grave. In the dense forests of the American Midwest, the legend of the Wendigo haunts the winter nights. Described as a gaunt creature with glowing eyes and a heart frozen in ice, the Wendigo is not merely a monster, but a personification of greed and hunger. Tales are told of those lost to madness as they succumb to their ravenous desires, transforming into this sinister being. Campfire stories swirl around this entity, cautioning against the perils of insatiable appetites, the tension rising as the wind howls through the trees, carrying with it the whispers of those who ventured too far. Closer to home, the stories of apparitions in long-abandoned houses evoke a sense of nostalgia and dread. In the desolate hallways of an old plantation, laughter can sometimes be heard, a cruel echo of joy from lives once lived, now trapped between the walls. The lingering scent of perfume wafts through the air, a spectral reminder of the lavish balls that once filled the grand ballroom. But the laughter quickly turns to sorrow, as shadows dart from room to room, tantalizingly close yet eternally out of reach. Each night the house stands as a sentinel of lost time, holding the dreams and regrets of those who never truly left. In the quietude of the English countryside, one can find tales of the Grey Lady, a ghostly figure said to protect her family's castle. Her appearances are often accompanied by sudden drops in temperature and flickering candle flames, causing visitors to gasp in awe. The stories tell of her soft footsteps echoing through the stone corridors, a watchful spirit seeking to safeguard what remains of her legacy. Those who encounter her often speak of a sense of peace, a connection to the past that feels both comforting and eerie. It is a reminder that love can transcend even the boundaries of life and death, leaving an imprint on the hearts of the living. In the streets of the ancient city of Prague, the ghosts of alchemists linger, their restless spirits trapped in search of the philosopher's stone. The cobblestone paths echo with tales of transformation and longing, where the line between science and magic blurs. At midnight, the whispers of incantations can almost be heard drifting through the fog, chilling the air around those brave enough to walk alone. Each shadow feels alive, filled with the weight of unfinished experiments and dreams that twisted into dark obsessions. Just as the night thickens, the narratives of these spirits weave together, creating a fabric of tension and emotion that pulls at the heartstrings. Each legend, each ghost story, is a thread in the intricate tapestry of human experience, a poignant reminder of our hopes, our fears, and the eternal question of what lies beyond. As the stories unfold, the more they interlace, each spirit offering a glimpse into the lives that once were, leaving an indelible mark on the living. The echoes of their past continue to resonate long after the last candle has burned down, ensuring that these tales never truly fade away. The wind picks up, rustling the leaves and carrying with it the whispers of those who refuse to be forgotten. Each whisper compels the listener to lean closer, to breathe in the stories that linger in the air, tantalizingly out of reach, yet undeniably close. The night deepens, and with it, the understanding that these spirits are not just remnants of history. They are echoes of humanity, forever woven into the very fabric of existence. A soft breeze swept through the valley, carrying with it the scent of earth and sky. In that moment, as the sun dipped low, painting the horizon with hues of orange and pink, one could hear the whispers of ancestors echoing through the trees. There was a palpable connection between the land and the souls who walked upon it, a bond that transcended time and space. This was not just land, this was home, a sacred trust passed down through generations. The people of the land held a profound understanding of their connection to the earth. For them, country was not merely a place marked on a map, it was a living entity, imbued with spirit and history. Every rock, every stream, every patch of grass told a story. The hills cradled the tales of the first fires lit by their forebears, and the rivers flowed with the laughter and tears of those who came before. They believed that the spirits of their ancestors resided in the very soil, watching over them, guiding them, reminding them of their purpose. As the seasons changed, so too did the ceremonies that honored this connection. In spring, when the blossoms burst forth, the people gathered to celebrate renewal. They danced, painted their faces with ochre, and sang songs that resonated through the air, invoking the spirits of nature and of their ancestors. It was said that when the voices rose in unison, the very ground beneath them vibrated with life, awakening not just the flowers but the very essence of their heritage. Yet this sacred bond faced an unrelenting threat. As the winds of change swept across the land, the idea of ownership began to take root, a foreign concept that clashed violently with the spiritual connection held so dearly by the people. They watched in dismay as outsiders arrived, driven by a thirst for land and wealth, their hearts blind to the sacredness of the earth beneath their feet. The settlers carved up the land, erecting fences that sliced through the very fabric of their existence. Each cut was like a wound, each fence a barrier between the people and the spirits they revered. Historical accounts tell of fierce resistance, of families standing shoulder to shoulder, chanting prayers as a means to protect their sacred sites. They were not merely fighting for land, they were fighting for their identity, their spirit. The land was their blood, their ancestors, their memories. To lose it meant losing themselves. Stories of battles etched into the landscape speak of passion and desperation, of lives risked and sacrifices made in the name of preserving their connection to country. And then there were the treaties, documents filled with ink that promised much but delivered little. Each signature was a dagger of betrayal, piercing through the hearts of those who believed in the integrity of their land. The promises faded with the ink, swallowed by a system that viewed land as property rather than a sacred trust. It was a harrowing realization that the very landscapes that cradled their spirits were now commodities to be bought and sold, stripped of their dignity. In quiet moments, the elders would gather around the fire, sharing stories that felt like warm blankets against the chill of uncertainty. They spoke of the Great Spirit, the Creator who breathed life into the land and all its inhabitants. They taught the children to listen to the rustling leaves, the murmuring rivers, and the distant thunder that rolled across the mountains. These were not just sounds, they were voices, reminders of the interconnectedness of all living things. Children would sit wide-eyed, their imaginations igniting as they envisioned the ancestors walking beside them, guiding their footsteps. Yet, as the nights turned to years, the weight of loss began to settle like fog over the valleys. The land that once flourished with vibrant life began to show signs of neglect. The sacred sites, once bustling with ceremony and joy, became overgrown and forgotten. Each unvisited site felt like a ghost town, a hollowed-out shell echoing the laughter that once filled the air. The people felt the absence deeply, as if a part of their very essence had been stripped away. In the shadows of these changes, the resilience of the people flickered like a candle, refusing to be extinguished. They sought to reclaim their stories, their songs, and their connection to the earth. Activists rose, voices raised in peaceful protest, calling for recognition of their spiritual ownership over the land. They marched with banners held high, their hearts united in a symphony of determination. The chants echoed through the streets, igniting a spark in the hearts of those who had long been silent. And so, the battle for recognition began anew, a tapestry of hope woven into the fabric of despair. Elders stood at the forefront, sharing the wisdom of the ages, reminding the younger generations that the fight was not for land in a material sense but for the very essence of who they were. They shared stories of resilience, of communities coming together to protect their cultural heritage, of the strength found in unity. The fire of their ancestors burned brightly in their hearts, fueling an unwavering resolve. As the sun sank below the horizon once more, casting long shadows across the land, the people gathered to honor their connection to country. They lit the sacred fires that had burned since time immemorial and sang songs that connected the present with the past. In that moment, they felt the spirits of their ancestors swirling around them, a comforting embrace reminding them that they were never truly alone. The land, with all its scars and stories, was still home, a living testament to the enduring spirit of a people who refused to be forgotten. And there, amidst the flickering flames and the hum of ancestral songs, the next chapter waited to unfold. Would they reclaim their connection? Or would the shadows of the past continue to loom large over their future? The land listened as the whispering winds carried the weight of their hopes, fears, and unwavering determination. In that moment, the cycle of life and land ownership intertwined, a story waiting to be written anew. In a dimly lit room, the air thick with the scent of eucalyptus, an ancient story waits to be told. A single canvas, stretched taut and covered in vibrant colors, hangs on the wall, its surface alive with swirling patterns and intricate shapes. Each stroke seems to pulse with energy, whispering of ancestors long gone, of a time when the land was sacred and every rock, river, and tree held the spirit of the dreaming. The colors speak in tongues, weaving tales that transcend generations, reaching into the very soul of those who dare to look closer. Aboriginal art is not merely a collection of beautiful images. It is a profound language of spirituality, a medium through which the very essence of life is captured. For the Aboriginal people of Australia, art is a bridge to the past, a way to communicate with the spirits that inhabit the vast landscapes. The ochre reds, deep blacks, and brilliant yellows are more than mere pigments. They are lifeblood, drawn from the earth itself, infused with the stories of creation, of survival, of connection to the land. The dot paintings, so iconic and mesmerizing, are not just decorative. Each dot is a heartbeat, a pulse of memory that resonates with the earth beneath. From the thickness of the paint emerges a rhythm that echoes the footsteps of ancestors, guiding the viewer into a sacred realm where time collapses, and the past mingles with the present. With every glance, you can feel the energy radiating from the canvas, an invitation to listen, to understand. In the early days, Aboriginal artists would gather around campfires, their hands stained with pigments made from the earth, crafting stories under the watchful gaze of the stars. Each painting was a spiritual expression, a way to honor the Dreamtime, the sacred era of creation when ancestral beings roamed the earth. The stories told were not just for entertainment. They were instructions for living, lessons embedded in the very fabric of existence. The art became a testament to survival, a celebration of culture that echoed in the voices of the wind and the rustle of leaves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, the artists would paint their totems, creatures that held significance and power. These were not mere symbols. They were alive, imbued with the spirits of the ancestors who had come before. Each design was a conversation between the living and the dead, a tribute to those who watched over them. The colors would dance in the flickering firelight, igniting emotions that swirled in the air, a connection forged not only with the land, but with the very essence of existence itself. The significance of Aboriginal art extends beyond personal expression. It is a communal experience, a shared heartbeat that unites families and clans. When a piece is created, it echoes in the hearts of the community, pulsating with life, drawing everyone into its orbit. It tells of hunting grounds, sacred rituals, and the interconnectedness of all living things. This art becomes a vessel for memory, a canvas that holds the weight of history and the joys of culture, passing down knowledge and wisdom from generation to generation. In the crevices of these artworks lie the stories of survival, resilience against the tides of colonization that sought to erase their identity. The scars of history run deep, and yet, through every brushstroke and every pattern, the spirit of the people endures. Art becomes a revolution, a silent protest against the forces that tried to extinguish their flame. Every piece created is a reaffirmation of existence, a declaration that they are here, and their stories matter. As the world moved forward, the vibrant colors of Aboriginal art began to capture the attention of outsiders, curators and collectors, driven by a curiosity that mingled with respect, sought to bring these incredible works into the light. Yet, with this attention came a complex relationship, a dance between appreciation and appropriation. The question lingered in the air like a shadow. How can one honor the spirit of this art while respecting its sacred roots? The answer lies in the act of listening, of allowing the art to speak on its own. When one gazes at a piece that emanates such deep emotion, it is essential to acknowledge the legacy it carries. The stories woven into the fibers of the canvas must not be forgotten, nor should they be diluted by commercialization. Each artwork is imbued with the essence of its creator, a spirit that must be honored, revered, and celebrated. In the heart of galleries, as people stand mesmerized before the canvases, there is a stirring, a scratching at the surface of understanding. The colors seem to vibrate, drawing emotions from the depths of one's being, echoing the laughter of children playing in the sun-soaked fields and the tears shed under the weight of loss. In that moment, the boundaries of understanding dissolve, and art transcends language, speaking directly to the soul. Amidst this reverence for Aboriginal art, the shadows of the past continue to loom large. The stories of pain and struggle mingle with the joy of cultural revival, creating a tapestry rich in complexity. It is in this space that the spirit of the artwork thrives, embodying the resilience of a people who have endured, who have fought to retain their identity in a world that threatened to erase it. As dusk falls and the stars twinkle above, the canvas whispers secrets of the land, of the spirits that roam freely, and of the ancestors who guide their present. The colors glow softly, shimmering with a life of their own, urging the viewer to lean closer, to listen more intently. Each glance compels a deeper reflection, a yearning to understand the intricate relationship between art, spirituality, and the land that cradles it all. The art continues to breathe, a living testament to the power of expression, of connection to spirit, and the resilience of a culture that refuses to fade away. Each piece is an invitation to feel, to remember, and to cherish the stories that bind us all. As the night deepens, the echoes of history fill the air, waiting to be heard, waiting to be felt, forever entwined in the rhythm of life itself. The wind whispered through the ancient trees, carrying with it the faint echoes of prayers long forgotten. It was in these sacred groves where light danced with shadow that the rituals of respect took form, bridging the living and the spirit world. The air was thick with reverence, each breath laced with the weight of generations who had walked before, their footsteps now mere whispers in the rustling leaves. Here, the past was not dead, but alive, pulsing with the memories and dreams of those who had crossed into another realm. In cultures around the globe, the act of honoring those who have passed is woven into the very fabric of life. From the solemn altars of ancient Egypt, where offerings of bread and wine were laid for the deceased, to the vibrant Day of the Dead celebrations in Mexico, where marigolds bloom bright as the sun, the spirit world is treated with a profound respect. Each ritual tells a story, a narrative rich with emotion and layered with meaning, where sorrow meets joy in unexpected ways. In the highlands of the Andes, the indigenous people would gather under the watchful eyes of the mountains, calling out to their ancestors with offerings of coca leaves and corn. They believed that the mountains themselves were the spirits of their forebears, guardians of wisdom and strength. The flickering flames of their fires illuminated faces painted with both love and loss as they shared tales of bravery and guidance, their voices rising into the twilight sky. Here, honoring the spirit world was not just an act, it was an essential part of their identity, replayed yearly with breathtaking intensity. As dusk settled over a small village in Nigeria, drums began to beat, resonating through the air like the heartbeat of the earth itself. This rhythmic call summoned not just the living, but the spirits who danced in tandem with the people. The masqueraders, cloaked in vibrant fabrics and intricate masks, moved with a grace that belied their heavy attire. Each step was a tribute, each swirl of fabric a connection to the ancestors who had guided them through storms of life. The villagers watched, captivated, as the past and present blended seamlessly, igniting a flame of cultural pride that felt electric in the air. In Asia, the ancestral worship traditions revealed themselves in solemn ceremonies, each steeped in history. In Japan, the Obon festival brought families together to honor their ancestors. Lanterns floated on rivers, illuminating the darkness with flickering lights that symbolized guiding spirits returning home. Families would gather to share stories of the departed, laughter mingling with tears as the living forged bonds with the unseen. The scent of incense wafted through the air, each wisp a tangible expression of love, respect, and a longing that transcended time. Yet not all rituals were soaked in tears or joy. In the Arctic, the Inuit honored their ancestors through a practice called igloo-leek, where they would construct intricate snow sculptures that depicted the lives of their forebears. Each figure, carved from ice and adorned with shells, was a testament to survival and resilience against the harshest of winters. In a world where the cold could extinguish the light of life, these sculptures became a beacon, celebrating the spirit of those who once thrived in the landscape. The villagers would gather around these icy monuments, sharing stories of ingenuity and innovation, reminding one another of their shared heritage. As night fell in a small village along the Ganges River, the atmosphere shimmered with spirituality. Floating offerings of lotus blossoms adorned with flickering candles traveled down the current, each petal a prayer, each flame a promise. The river was seen as a sacred entity, a lifeline connecting the living to the departed. The villagers bowed their heads, hands pressed together in devotion as they sent their loved ones downstream, whispering secrets and hopes into the night. The scene was both haunting and beautiful, a delicate balance of loss and reverence. The tension of longing thickened as the sound of chanting echoed through a sacred site in North America. The Native American tribes practiced their ceremonies, drumming and singing to honor the Great Spirit and the ancestors who walked before them. Sweat lodges filled with warmth and prayers became sanctuaries, where men and women sought healing and connection. The air was electric, charged with the energy of shared stories and collective memories, lifting spirits in ways that words could never capture. In the stillness that followed, an overwhelming sense of belonging enveloped them, reminding everyone present that they were part of something larger than themselves. In the shadows of a medieval European forest, rituals unfolded under the cover of darkness. The Celts revered the spirits of their ancestors through Samhain, a festival marking the end of the harvest. They lit bonfires, believing these flames would guide the spirits of the departed back to the world of the living. Masked figures danced around the fire, wild with abandon, embodying the very spirits they honored. Laughter intertwined with the crackling of the fire, creating a tapestry of sound that celebrated life and death in unison. Here, the veil between worlds was as thin as the mist that curled around their feet, and every flicker of the flame held the promise of connection. In the lush jungles of the Amazon, the indigenous tribes practiced rituals that echoed through time. With a profound understanding of nature, they would gather rare plants, preparing sacred brews that allowed them to commune with the spirit world. Shamanic ceremonies unfolded beneath the ancient trees, where songs and chants rose like mist into the canopy, seeking guidance from ancestors who had traversed both life and death. The spirits became allies, guiding the living through the vast tapestry of existence, their whispers carried on the wind, echoing through the soul. The world was alive with these rituals, each moment dripping with meaning and devotion, echoing across cultures and continents. The connection to the spirit world was universal, a reminder that while life may be fleeting, the bonds of love and memory are eternal. The flame of respect flickered on, illuminating the path for those still walking and those who had not yet found their way home, echoing the unbreakable cycle of life and death. And as the night deepened, the air remained alive with anticipation, a reminder that the story was far from over, ready to flow into the next chapter. Fire crackled in the darkness, its warm glow flickering against ancient stone walls, casting shadows that danced like spirits in the night. The scent of burning wood hung heavy in the air, a mixture of comfort and danger, igniting memories embedded in the very fabric of humanity. This was no ordinary flame, it was a sacred spark, a living embodiment of hope, destruction, and transformation, holding a power that transcended time and space. In every corner of the world, fire has been a silent witness to the unfolding drama of human existence. It birthed civilizations, fueled passions, and offered warmth in the coldest nights. Among the indigenous peoples of North America, fire was revered not just as a tool, but as a gift from the Creator, a source of life and renewal. The stories told around the fire were not just tales, they were the very essence of identity, weaving together the threads of community, tradition, and spirituality. The ancient Greeks believed fire to be a divine element, personified in the figure of Prometheus, who dared to steal it from the gods and gift it to humankind. This act of defiance was both noble and tragic, capturing the duality of fire, its power to enlighten and to consume. The flames that flickered in the hearths of Greek homes were more than mere warmth, They were a connection to the divine, a way to commune with the gods and ancestors. Across the ocean, in the heart of India, fire held a sacred place in rituals and ceremonies. The sacred Agni, the fire god, was invoked to purify and sanctify, his presence essential in weddings and funerals alike. The flames that danced during these rites were seen as a bridge between the earthly and the eternal, a way to honor the cycle of life and death. Families would gather around the fire, their faces illuminated by its glow, sharing stories that echoed through generations, binding them together in an unbreakable bond. In ancient Egypt, the sun itself was a fiery deity, Ra, who traveled across the sky in a blazing chariot. His journey symbolized rebirth and renewal, a prominent theme in the Egyptian belief system. The sun's daily disappearance into the underworld, only to rise again, mirrored the cycles of life, death, and rebirth. The temples, aligned with the sunlight, allowed rays to illuminate sacred spaces, reinforcing the belief that fire was not merely a physical element, but a spiritual force that connected the heavens and the earth. Yet, the relationship with fire has never been solely one of reverence. It has been a source of fear and destruction, capable of erasing entire towns and landscapes in a blink. The myths of fire often carry this duality. Think of the phoenix, a creature reborn from its ashes, symbolizing resilience and renewal. This ancient symbol resonates with all who have faced trials, its flames a reminder that from the depths of despair, new life can emerge. In the frigid reaches of the Arctic, the Inuit people tell stories of the northern lights, auroras dancing across the polar night sky. They believed these lights were the spirits of their ancestors, dancing in the sky, their movements reminiscent of fire flickering in the darkness. This connection to fire transcended the earthly realm, intertwining the natural and the ethereal, offering comfort in the cold, dark nights. Ancient cultures across Mesopotamia celebrated the role of fire in agriculture, with rituals centered on the first flames of the harvest. Fires symbolized the sun's energy igniting the earth's bounty, connecting human efforts with the cycles of nature. Communities would gather to ignite the first flames of the season, a collective expression of gratitude and hope for a fruitful harvest. The crackling of the flames echoed the heartbeat of the earth, a reminder of their place within the grand tapestry of life. In the shadows of the grand cathedrals of Europe, fire remained an omnipresent force. Candles flickered in the dimness, their flames representing prayers sent up to heaven. The imagery of fire in religious texts was profound, symbolizing divine intervention, purification, and the light of faith guiding the soul through darkness. The burning bush of Moses captured the attention of an entire nation, a miraculous sign that set forth a journey through trials and tribulations. Yet fire's allure has also ignited fear and misunderstanding, giving way to myths and legends that cautioned against its consuming nature. The tale of Hades and Persephone told of the delicate balance of life, showing how fire could bring warmth and comfort or serve as a harbinger of destruction. When the flames turned threatening, they were a reminder of humanity's fragility, a catalyst for change that brought both creation and chaos. The stories of fire are woven into the very essence of humanity, a thread that binds us across cultures and time. Whether it was the warmth of a campfire shared among friends or the beacon of a lighthouse guiding lost sailors home, fire's significance stretches far beyond its physical form. It holds the emotions of joy, fear, love, and loss, resonating with the core of human experience. As the embers glow softly, a sense of anticipation fills the air. The stories of fire continue to flicker in hearts and minds, ready to leap into the next tale that awaits. The flame remains, an eternal reminder of the cycles of creation and destruction, beckoning the next chapter of this timeless saga. The warmth envelops those gathered, whispering secrets of the past while igniting dreams of the future. What stories will arise from this sacred spark? What flames will dance in the night, ready to illuminate the path ahead? The flickering flames of the bonfire cast dancing shadows on the faces of those gathered around. The air is electric, charged with an energy that pulses like the beat of a drum echoing in the night. The sound wraps around the people, pulling them together, uniting them in a shared experience that transcends words. As the first notes of music rise, hearts quicken and spirits awaken, revealing a timeless truth. Music and dance are not mere art forms. They are sacred languages of the soul. In ancient times, long before the written word, communities relied on rhythm and melody to express what lay beyond the reach of language. The earliest humans, drawn together by the fires of creation, would gather to celebrate the cycles of life and death. They sang songs of the earth, of the sun rising after the darkest night, their voices weaving together like the fabric of a shared history. In these moments, music became a vessel for their emotions, a way to honor the spirits that danced within the shadows. Among the earliest examples, cave paintings in Lascaux, France, depict figures engaged in what appears to be ritualistic dances, their limbs raised in ecstatic expression. Historians believe these images represent ancient ceremonies, perhaps intended to ensure a bountiful hunt or to invoke blessings from the unseen forces. The rhythm of their movements mirrored the heartbeat of the earth itself, as if the very ground beneath their feet pulsed in time with their fervent demands. Fast forward to ancient Egypt, where the sound of the sistrum, a musical instrument resembling a rattle, filled the sacred spaces of temples. Priests would shake these instruments in ritualistic ceremonies dedicated to Hathor, the goddess of music and dance. The vibrations resonated with the hearts of those present, echoing their collective prayers to the heavens. The ceremonies transcended mere worship. They became a communion with the divine, a moment where the earthly and the celestial intertwined. In the jungles of West Africa, drums beat with a rhythm that told stories of ancestors and the spirits of the land. The djembe, a hand drum crafted from wood and animal skin, became a central figure in spiritual practices. As the drummers played, dancers moved in intricate patterns, telling tales of love, loss, and the cycle of life. Each step was a prayer, each note a connection to a lineage that spanned generations. They celebrated births and mourned deaths, and in the music, they found healing. Across the vast expanse of time and cultures, the threads of music and dance weave together in a tapestry of shared humanity. In the sacred halls of the ancient Greeks, the mesmerizing melodies of a lyre filled the air, accompanying the graceful movements of dancers during festivals honoring Dionysus, the god of wine and ecstasy. The rhythms pulsed like blood through veins, igniting passionate celebrations that blurred the lines between human and divine. Each dance was a testament to the power of joy and the ecstasy of connection, where mortals sought to touch the hem of the divine. The indigenous peoples of the Americas also embraced the profound link between music, dance, and spirituality. The powwow, a gathering filled with vibrant colors and exhilarating drumming, is a celebration of community and ancestry. The dancers, adorned in traditional regalia, channel the spirits of their forebears as they move to the beat of the drum. The songs echo the history of their people, a reminder of struggles faced and victories won. In these moments, the past lives again, and the present vibrates with the strength of collective memory. Even in the echoes of the modern world, the essence of music and dance within spiritual practices remains sacred. In the rhythmic chanting of Hindu kirtan, the repetition of mantras creates a meditative space that invites connection with the divine. The Bhakti movement, which blossomed in India, saw the merging of music and devotion in a way that transformed lives. People sang together, their voices rising in unison, breaking down barriers of caste and creed, uniting all who participated in a single heartbeat of love. And as night falls, in a small town where traditions hold strong, a group forms in a circle, hands clasped, voices raised. The simple strumming of a guitar blends with the hum of voices, creating a symphony of hope and healing. They gather not just for song, but to share stories and support one another, each note a reminder of their own struggles and triumphs. In this small sacred space, the music creates an atmosphere where the burdens of the world seem lighter, replaced by the warmth of shared humanity. Every culture, every passing era, reminds us that music and dance are threads that bind us together. They awaken something primal within, igniting a flame that burns brightly in our souls. As the sun sets and the world steps into twilight, the sounds of laughter and melody rise, filling the air with the promise of connection, of joy, of divine communion. This sacred bond, felt across time and space, transcends the ordinary and invites all into the extraordinary. In the flickering light of the bonfire, the rhythm accelerates, matching the racing hearts of those who dance. Each beat resonates through their bodies, urging them to move, to express what words cannot convey. They lift their arms toward the sky, as if calling upon the spirits of their ancestors, embodying a legacy that stretches back to the dawn of humanity. With each step, they engage in a sacred dialogue, one that has echoed through the ages, music and dance intertwining to create a powerful testament to the human spirit. As the music swells, an old woman, her face lined with the wisdom of years, steps forward. She raises her voice, an ancient song spilling forth, a melody steeped in the stories of her people. It wraps around the dancers, enveloping them in a cocoon of sound and spirit. The air thickens with emotion, and it becomes clear. This is not just an expression of joy, but a sacred practice, a reminder of all that has come before, and all that is yet to come. The dance continues, as does the song, a bridge connecting the past to the future, creating a circle that never truly ends. Under a vast, starry sky, the Milky Way spilled its shimmering light over the land, illuminating the silhouettes of ancient trees that had stood witness to countless tales. This celestial tapestry, woven with stories and spirits, beckoned the Aboriginal people for thousands of years, guiding them through life and death, revealing a world beyond the ordinary. As night fell, the constellations became a living history book, each star a dot in a pattern of ancestral wisdom and connection to the spirit world. In the warm embrace of a summer evening, elders would gather children around a flickering fire, their faces dancing with the flames. The air was thick with anticipation, the scent of damp earth mingling with the sweetness of eucalypts. Eyes wide with wonder, the children listened as the elders pointed to the sky, tracing the outlines of figures only they could see. "Look up," they would say. "The stars are our ancestors. They watch over us and guide our steps." Each twinkling light held a story, a memory, a lesson from those who had walked the earth before them. Among the stars, the great Amu stretched across the Milky Way, a dark shape against the brilliance of the night. This was no ordinary bird. It was a creature of myth, representing the Dreamtime, a time when the earth was shaped by spirits and ancestors. The elders taught that the emu was a guide for those who sought to understand their place in the world. When the emu rose high in the sky, it signaled the right time for gathering food. For hunting, a reminder that nature's rhythms were intertwined with the cosmos. The children, with their hearts pounding and eyes sparkling, would ask questions, their voices barely above a whisper for fear of disturbing the spirits. What happens when the stars fall? One brave soul dared to inquire. The elders exchanged knowing glances, their eyes glimmering with the weight of ancient knowledge. "When a star falls," they explained softly, "it is a spirit descending to remind us of the connections we share." The air crackled with a mix of awe and fear, as if the very ground beneath them trembled with the truth of those words. Every constellation told a tale of love, loss, triumph, and trials. The sky map was a reflection of the world below, and each person had their own story linked to the stars. Parents would name their children after prominent celestial bodies, believing that their offspring would inherit the qualities of those stars. To be named after a star was to be imbued with its strength and guidance, a bond between the living and the celestial. As the fire flickered low, the elders spoke of the spirits that danced among the stars. They described how in times of trouble one could look to the heavens for signs and guidance. The stars served as a reminder that the spirit world was never far away. It was always just above, watching, waiting, ready to lend strength or whisper wisdom. The children felt a shiver run down their spines, an electric thrill at the thought that they were never truly alone, that their ancestors were always close by, ready to intervene when needed. Some nights the sky would be cloaked in dark clouds, but the stories of the stars never faded. Instead, the elders would gather tighter, their voices soft but insistent, recounting tales of the rainbow serpent who shaped the rivers and mountains, who took celestial journeys and returned with lessons for the living. Each tale held the power to illuminate hearts and souls, to awaken a sense of belonging and purpose, an unbroken connection to the past. Through every narrative, a thread of tension wove its way into the fabric of the storytelling. With each crackle of the fire, the children sensed that the spirit world was alive with energy, a heartbeat echoing through the ages. The elders reminded them that the stars were not just distant suns but relatives, guiding and challenging them to carry forward the stories and the wisdom. The air thickened with emotion, and the children felt their own smallness in the vastness of the universe, a mixture of fear and reverence swirling inside them. "What happens when we forget the stories?" one child whispered, a tremor in their voice. The elders exchanged solemn looks, their brows furrowing with the weight of that question. "If we forget," an elder finally said, "we lose our way, the spirits fade, and the connection is severed. The stars will still shine, but they will no longer guide us." A silence fell, heavy and palpable, broken only by the soft rustling of leaves. The flickering flames seemed to pulse in rhythm with their hearts, a reminder of the fragile balance between the seen and unseen worlds. The children, feeling this weight, shifted closer together, seeking comfort and warmth as if the fire itself were a bridge to the stars above. As the night deepened, the elders began to sing, their voices rising like ethereal smoke into the heavens. The melodies were ancient, filled with longing and reverence, a call to the spirits. The children closed their eyes, allowing the music to wash over them, carrying them to a place where the stars danced, vibrant and alive. Each note wove a connection, binding them to their ancestors and the stories that shaped their very existence. In that sacred moment, time seemed to blur, the present intertwining with the past and the future. Each child felt an overwhelming urge to remember, to hold tight to the stories that filled the air. They understood that the stars were not just distant lights, they were ancestors, guides, guardians. They were the very fabric of their identity, interwoven with the essence of the land and the spirit world. The night wore on, but the stars continued to twinkle, a silent assurance that the stories would never fade. The children's hearts beat in harmony with the universe, a rhythm that resonated deep within their souls. They could feel the pull of the cosmos, an invitation to be part of something greater than themselves, something eternal. As the flames flickered one last time, the elders leaned in, their voices low and conspiratorial. They spoke of the path that lay ahead, the choices that would shape their destinies. The children listened intently, their dreams and futures intertwined with the wisdom of the stars, their hearts racing with the thrill of what was to come. The adventure of life stretching out before them like the endless sky above, a canvas waiting to be painted with their own stories, their own connections to the stars, and the spirit world they had come to cherish. In the dim light of early dawn, Clara woke with a start, her heart racing like a wild stallion. The remnants of her dream clung to her like a wet coat, vivid and alive. In it, she stood on the edge of a cliff, waves crashing below, the sky a swirling canvas of oranges and purples. A voice whispered from the depths, urging her to leap. She could almost feel the spray of the ocean on her face, the exhilaration tingling in her veins. It was just a dream, but it felt like a weighty decision, a choice that loomed larger than life itself. Dreams, ephemeral and often fleeting, have cast long shadows over the waking world. Throughout history, they have ignited the imaginations of poets, philosophers, and common folk alike. Ancient Greeks believed dreams were messages from the gods, signs to guide their paths. Plato, the great philosopher, once mused that dreams were the windows of the soul, revealing truths hidden beneath the surface of consciousness. In a world where logic reigned supreme, dreams still held a mystique that invited consideration. Consider the story of Julius Caesar, who, in his final moments, was warned by a dream of betrayal. The night before his assassination, he dreamt of a statue of himself, bleeding from multiple wounds, while a crowd of people watched in horror. This vivid vision haunted him, yet he dismissed it, caught in the web of his own ambition. The whispers of dreams can sometimes be drowned out by the clamor of daily life, but their echoes can shape destinies in ways both miraculous and tragic. Clara's decision weighed heavily on her mind as she sipped her morning coffee, the taste bitter but familiar. Should she take the leap of faith, figuratively, not literally? Her job felt like a gilded cage, secure yet suffocating, and the dream had ignited a flicker of rebellion within her. The bustling office where she toiled was filled with laughter and deadlines, a cacophony of urgency that often drowned out the voice of her heart. But what if she could chase after her own passions, dive into the unknown? In the cultures of the past, dreams served not just as reflections of the subconscious but as tools for decision-making. The indigenous tribes of North America would often hold dream-sharing ceremonies where members would recount their visions to seek collective wisdom. A dream could determine a hunting route or reveal the right moment to plant crops. Each story carried weight, and every whisper of the night sky bore the potential for guidance, a thread woven into the fabric of life. As Clara walked to work, the city pulsed around her, horns blared, the scent of fresh pastries wafted through the air, and the chatter of strangers filled the streets. Yet her mind wandered back to the cliff, the voice that urged her to leap. What if she followed the path of her dreams instead of the routine? What if she dared to redefine success? This tension between dreams and reality has always been a part of the human experience. The romantic poets of the 19th century, like Samuel Taylor Coleridge and John Keats, wrote extensively about dreams as sources of inspiration. Coleridge's Kubla Khan was born from a dream, a lush tapestry of imagery that resonated with readers, a reminder of the power that lies in the unconscious mind. For them, dreams were not just stories, they were lifelines, threads connecting the human spirit to the vastness of creativity and existence. The influence of dreams could be felt in the fields of science as well. Consider how Dmitri Mendeleev formulated the periodic table. In what he described as a vivid dream, elements danced before his eyes, arranging themselves into a coherent structure. When he awoke, he hurriedly wrote down what he had seen, transforming the chaos of the known elements into a systematic order that would revolutionize chemistry. Thus, one man's night vision became a cornerstone of scientific understanding. Clara couldn't shake the thought that her dreams held similar power. What if her restless nights were trying to tell her something? She felt a growing urgency to act, to align her reality with the visions that visited her in sleep. Decisions made in the light of day often felt mundane, but in the realm of dreams she found a spark that ignited her spirit. As she entered the office, her chest tightened. The familiar cubicles loomed like prison bars. Clara's colleague, Tom, greeted her with a smile, but she couldn't muster the energy to return it. She wondered if he, too, had ever felt the weight of unfulfilled dreams. Had he ever glimpsed a world beyond spreadsheets and reports? There was a flicker of rebellion in his eyes, a shared understanding that perhaps they were both searching for something more. That afternoon, Clara's mind drifted back to the dream of the cliff. The waves below were not just roaring water. They were possibilities crashing together, each drop a choice waiting to be made. The ocean called to her, and in that moment, she felt the pull of her own courage rising within her like a tide. Ancient civilizations revered dreams as sacred. The Egyptians filled the walls of their temples with dream interpretations, believing they could unlock the secrets of the universe. Pharaohs consulted dream interpreters before every major decision, seeking guidance from the otherworldly. The weight of the past pressed upon Clara, echoing in her own heart. What if she, too, could interpret the signs and symbols that danced in her sleep? The office buzzed with the usual chatter, meetings and deadlines, but Clara was somewhere else entirely, lost in the vision of her own cliff, a precipice on which she could either stand still or take the plunge into the unknown. Each tick of the clock grew louder in her ears, every second a reminder that life was waiting for her to make a choice. As the day wore on and the sun dipped below the horizon, Clara knew the world outside was filled with possibilities. The whispers of her dreams lingered like ghosts, nudging her toward change. She felt a crackling energy in the air, an unspoken promise that life held more than what she had known. Her heart raced with anticipation, echoing the intensity of the dream that had ignited her thoughts. What awaited her on the other side of her decision? In this moment, the line between dreaming and waking blurred like the edges of a watercolor painting. Clara took a deep breath, her mind racing, heart pounding as she stood at the threshold of her own destiny. The leap loomed before her, and she could almost taste the salt of the ocean on her tongue, the thrill of the unknown pulling her forward into the night, where the echoes of dreams awaited, poised to guide her toward a future unwritten. In the stillness of a twilight landscape, where the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the land, stories whispered through the leaves. In the cool evening air, the voices of ancient spirits seemed to weave a tapestry of tales, tales born from the heart of the earth, cherished by those who walked its ground long before time was measured in hours and minutes. Aboriginal myths, rich with wisdom and steeped in history, spoke of creation, of the Dreamtime, an era when the world was shaped by ancestral beings. Here, in this sacred space, the lines that separated the natural from the supernatural blurred, inviting all who listened to partake in a vibrant narrative that resonated with their own beliefs and experiences. As the moon climbed high, its soft glow illuminated a gathering of souls, each eager to share their truths. Among them sat a wise elder, his face a map of wrinkles, each crease a story waiting to be told. He began with a tale of the rainbow serpent, a creature that slithered through the earth, shaping rivers and mountains, bringing life to the land. The people leaned in, their hearts beating in sync with the rhythm of his voice, transfixed by the promise that everything was interconnected. Land, water, and creatures all formed a living, breathing unity. This mythical serpent mirrored the cosmic dances found in mythologies across the globe. From the swirling galaxies in Hellenistic myths to the serpentine deities of Mesoamerican lore, the concept of a powerful, life-giving force was a universal thread. A shiver raced down the spine of every listener as they recognized something profound, a collective consciousness that transcended cultures and continents. The elder's words brought tears to the eyes of many, awakening a deep-seated yearning for connection, not just with nature, but with each other. As the night deepened, the tales of the Aboriginal Dreamtime intertwined with the spiritual beliefs of distant tribes. The shared notion of creation myths bound cultures together, echoing in the hearts of those who believed in spirits that walked the earth and heavens alike. The elder spoke of the Earth Mother, who nurtured all living things, a figure that resonated in diverse cultures, from the fertile goddess of the ancient Greeks to the earth-centered spirituality of indigenous North Americans. Each story, though distinct in its setting, shared a universal message. Life was sacred, and all beings were intricately woven into the fabric of existence. In a hushed moment, a woman in the circle, her eyes glistening with emotion, recalled her grandmother's stories, tales of the wind carrying messages from the ancestors. She could see the connection, feel the pull of similarity between her heritage and the myths recounted by the elder. He described how the spirits danced in the firelight, connecting the past and present, much like the spirits of her own culture that traverse the winds and skies. Laughter mingled with tears as realization dawned that these sacred stories were not merely relics of the past. They were living, breathing entities that thrived in the hearts of those who cherished them. The air was thick with anticipation as the elder continued, his voice rising and falling like the tides. He wove in tales of the Sky Father, a deity present in countless cultures, from the mighty Zeus to the omnipotent God of the Abrahamic faiths. This figure, representing strength and wisdom, echoed throughout history, transcending time and geography. How beautiful it was to see how different cultures embraced these archetypes, crafting their narratives yet holding on to the same fundamental truths of existence. Gasps of recognition swept through the gathering as the listeners felt the profound bond that linked them to one another and to the vastness of the universe itself. As the flames flickered, casting shadows that danced against the night, the elder opened the floor to questions. Curiosity sparked, igniting stories that flowed like rivers. A man spoke of his childhood, of the ancient stories told around the fires in his homeland, where the creation of the stars was explained as the tears of ancestors watching over their descendants. The words resonated like the vibrations of a drum, echoing through the souls of those gathered. They shared their own experiences of loss and love, of spiritual awakenings and the struggle for identity. Every story added another thread to the tapestry they were weaving together, a rich interplay of voices that created a symphony of shared humanity. In that sacred moment, the gathering became more than just a meeting of individuals. It transformed into a living embodiment of collective consciousness. Every heart in that circle beat as one, and the shared energy enveloped them like a warm blanket on a cold night. They were no longer merely listeners. They were participants in an age-old dialogue that transcended the boundaries of culture, time, and space. They spoke of the power of dreams, of visions that guided them, echoing the shamanistic traditions that spanned continents from the Arctic to Australia. The very essence of spirituality flowed through their words, intertwining Aboriginal myths with the fabric of global spirituality, a resonance that pulsed like a heartbeat. And just as the night seemed to embrace these souls in camaraderie, a sudden gust of wind swept through the trees, sending leaves swirling into the air like confetti. It was as if the spirits themselves had joined the conversation, affirming the unity that pulsed through the gathering. The elder smiled, his eyes twinkling with understanding. "The spirit of this land is alive," he said, "and it speaks through us all." The group fell silent, each person absorbing the weight of those words, feeling the truth resonate deep within them. With the fire flickering low and the sky awash in stars, the stories unfolded into a wondrous celebration of life, intertwining the past with the present and the personal with the universal. The night sky became a canvas painted with the dreams of ancestors, and every heart felt the echo of their wisdom. They were bound by the shared human experience, forged in the fires of creation, and connected through the threads of myth that link them all, drawing them closer to the heart of existence itself. As the gathering continued, it became clear that this was not merely a recounting of the past, but a vibrant tapestry of spirituality that would live on in their hearts, waiting patiently for the next voice to rise and share, opening new doors to understanding, exploration, and connection. Under the thick canopy of an ancient forest where sunlight danced like mischievous sprites on the forest floor, a group of children huddled together, eyes wide with wonder. The aged oaks and whispering pines seemed to lean in, eager to hear the tales of old. Among them sat little Mara, her wild hair catching the sunlight, and her heart racing with anticipation. This was the sacred time when stories flowed like the river nearby, rich, vibrant, and alive. Every story was a thread woven into the vast tapestry of their culture, bursting with life and lessons, and it was the children who held the power to keep these threads intact. As the storyteller, an elderly woman with a voice like the rustling leaves, began to spin her tale, the children leaned closer, their imaginations igniting like sparks in a dry field. She spoke of great heroes and fierce battles, of gods who walked among men, and of mystical creatures that roamed the earth. Each word painted vivid pictures in their minds, and as the story unfolded, it became clear that these were not just fanciful tales. They were the essence of their ancestors, wrapped in the fabric of their very identity. Children, with their boundless curiosity and untainted belief, became the guardians of these myths. They listened with rapt attention, their hearts racing at every twist and turn. They were not mere listeners, but active participants in the story's life. With every gasp and giggle, they breathed new energy into the age-old legends. The stories lived through them, evolving yet remaining anchored to the past. For generations, this transmission had taken place in hushed tones around flickering fires, in fields where laughter echoed, and in homes where tradition was held tight. In ancient Greece, children were not just passive recipients of mythic lore, but essential players in its preservation. They would gather around wise elders, soaking up tales of mighty gods like Zeus and creatures such as the cunning Sphinx. These stories were not just entertainment, they were lessons anchored in morality. A child who learned about Icarus's flight felt the sting of hubris, while another, captivated by Persephone's descent, grasped the cycles of nature. Knowledge was not merely passed down, it was woven through the hearts of the young, taking root in their minds and shaping their futures. As the tales shifted to darkness, the children's eyes blinked wide with fear, yet they remained glued to their spots, their hearts thumping like drums. The stories of treachery and deception, of the cunning Odysseus outsmarting the Cyclops, became lessons on resilience and cleverness. The children's laughter would mix with gasps of horror, creating a symphony of emotion that echoed through the woods. They were learning, absorbing the weight of human experience, and in doing so, they were preparing to carry these myths into the future. Across the Atlantic, in the rich tapestry of Native American culture, children gathered around fires, where the flickering flames mirrored the sparkling eyes of the storytellers. Each story passed down through the generations was a living testament to the culture's values, beliefs, and history. Children became the keepers of the earth's heartbeat, learning the sacredness of nature through the tales of Coyote, the trickster, and the lessons of the Great Spirit. They learned that every animal, every rock, and every river had a story, a significance that tied them to a world much larger than themselves. The stories of the Sioux, the Navajo, and the Hopi wove threads of connection between the children and their ancestors. In these moments, time warped, and the children could feel the presence of their forebears guiding them through the lessons of courage, humility, and respect for the land. With each tale shared, the children were not merely hearing history. They were becoming a living extension of it, their laughter echoing through the annals of time. In Africa, the drumbeats echoed through the villages, carrying with them the stories of creation, of the sun and moon's dance, of the great trickster Anansi weaving webs of wisdom. Children would clap their hands and stomp their feet, embodying the very essence of these tales. The rhythms wrapped around them like a warm blanket, and they too felt the weight of responsibility. These stories belonged to them now. They were to be told, retold, and carried forward. In that moment, Mara's heart raced as she listened to the storyteller's voice rise and fall like the tide. She could almost see the characters come alive, feel the heat of battle, and sense the power of love and betrayal. She understood in her innocent way that she was a crucial thread in this intricate weave. The myths were not just stories. They were a lifeline connecting her to her people's past, present, and future. The laughter of the children would burst forth like a sudden summer storm, but even in the laughter, there was a solemnity that echoed deep within. There, in that sacred circle, the weight of their ancestors hung heavy in the air. They were not just there to enjoy the tales. They were participating in an unbroken chain that linked them to their heritage, a chain forged in the fires of struggle and perseverance. As the last rays of sunlight filtered through the leaves, the story began to draw to a close. Mara's heart felt both heavy and light, a curious blend of loss and hope. The stories may have ended for now, but she knew they lived on in her, waiting for the day when she would share them with her own children. With every heartbeat, every breath, the myths pulsed with life, ready to spring forth anew. The forest stood silent, holding its breath as if it too understood the importance of the moment. The children were not just passive listeners, they were the future, the keepers of their culture's stories. And as night began to blanket the sky, the soft glow of firelight flickered against their eager faces, promising that the tales would continue, destined to dance through time, alive and ever-evolving. In the stillness of a moonlit night, the air thick with anticipation, a group huddles around a flickering fire, their faces illuminated by its warm glow. They whisper sacred words passed down through generations, their voices rising and falling like the crackling flames. This is not just a gathering. It is a heartbeat, a pulse of ancient traditions fighting to reclaim a lost essence. The smell of sage fills the air, mingling with the weight of forgotten histories, as the past and present converge in a sacred space of revival. Long ago, in lands where the sun kissed the earth with golden rays, civilizations thrived by the wisdom of their ancestors. They danced to the rhythm of the seasons, celebrated the cycles of life, and connected with the divine forces of nature. The stories of their gods and spirits intertwined with daily life, resonating in the laughter of children and the whispers of elders. But as time marched on, like a relentless tide erasing footprints on the shore, many of these vibrant traditions began to fade into obscurity. Colonization swept across continents, drowning voices that once echoed with spiritual clarity, replacing them with the stark silence of imposed beliefs. But waves of change are not easily tamed. They rise, crash, and reshape the landscape. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, revitalization movements emerged with the ferocity of a storm, as indigenous and marginalized communities sought to reclaim their spiritual practices. These movements were ignited by a profound yearning, an inner call to reclaim what was rightfully theirs. It was a return to roots, a rekindling of flames that had threatened to extinguish, illuminating the path toward healing and identity. Among the myriad stories that emerged, the ghost dance stands out like a beacon in the dark. In the 1880s, in the vast plains of the American West, the Lakota Sioux faced despair as they battled oppression, starvation, and the loss of their sacred lands. Then came the vision of a man named Wovoka, who spoke of a dance that would reunite the living with the spirits of their ancestors. As the song of the ghost dance spread like wildfire, hope ignited in the hearts of the people. They would gather under the pale moonlight, dancing in circles, their movements infused with sorrow, joy, and an unyielding belief in a better future. It was a powerful act of resistance, a spiritual uprising that stirred the very soul of a nation. In the South Pacific, the Maori people of New Zealand experienced their own renaissance during the late 19th century. As colonizers chipped away at their culture, a man named Te Kuti emerged, igniting a movement that intertwined faith and tradition. His teachings called for a return to the old ways, a reclamation of sacred practices that had been silenced. The Ringatu faith blossomed, and with it, a profound sense of identity. The warriors of spirit rose to defend their heritage, and the land became alive with songs of their ancestors echoing through the valleys and hills like a vibrant tapestry of resilience. Back in North America, the potlatch ceremonies of the Pacific Northwest tribes became a focal point for revitalization. In the face of governmental oppression aimed at dismantling their cultural practices, indigenous leaders boldly reasserted their rights to conduct these sacred gatherings. With every gift exchanged, with every story told, they wove a narrative of survival, a declaration that their heritage would not be erased. The potlatch became an act of defiance, a celebration of identity that resonated beyond the confines of the ceremony itself, a loud proclamation that they were alive and unbroken. Across the world, similar stories began to unfurl. In Africa, the Zulu and Xhosa people found their voices in the form of the Shembe Church, a movement that embraced both traditional beliefs and Christian teachings. The power of this blend became a source of strength, uniting the people and guiding them through turbulent times. They danced, sang, and prayed in the richness of their history, affirming their spiritual sovereignty and carving out a space where they felt whole. In the jungles of the Amazon, the traditions of the indigenous tribes emerged with a fierce determination to guard their ancestral wisdom against the encroachment of modernity. Shamans and healers became the torchbearers of ancient practices, guiding their communities through rituals infused with the vibrant pulse of the rainforest. As the world around them changed, the tribes fought to revive their connection to the spirits of the land, the spirits that had watched over them for centuries. Each leaf, each river became a conduit for healing, a reminder of their unbreakable bond to the earth. These revitalization movements were not merely about reclaiming old practices. They represented a deep emotional journey toward understanding identity and belonging. For many, it was a way to heal from the wounds inflicted by colonization, to mend the threads of culture torn apart by historical trauma. Each dance, each prayer, each gathering served as a reminder of resilience, a call to honor the past while paving the way for future generations. Amidst the swirling chaos and passion, the world witnessed a powerful turn in the fabric of spirituality. It was as if every individual participating in these movements carried within them the weight of generations, the dreams of those who had come before, and the hope for those who would follow. The energy crackled in the air, electrifying hearts and igniting flames of passion that refused to be dimmed. And so, in the flickering shadows of that moonlit night, as the fire crackled and the whispers grew louder, the ancient stories converged with the present. The movement of revitalization surged forward, an unstoppable force propelled by love, pain, and the unquenchable desire for connection. The sacred practices once lost began to emerge from the ashes, vibrant and alive, filling the hearts of those gathered with a warmth that transcended time and space. As the fire blazed on, reflecting the flickers of hope and resilience within each soul, the rhythm of the night pulsed with an undeniable truth. The past was not merely a distant memory, it was alive, breathing through every shared story, every sacred dance and every prayer spoken under the shimmering stars. The movement was just beginning, and the fire of revitalization burned brighter than ever, ready to illuminate paths yet unknown. In the flickering light of a crackling fire, a group of wide-eyed children sat cross-legged on the cold ground, their breath visible in the crisp night air. Above them, the stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across a dark velvet canvas. They leaned closer, eager for stories that had traveled through generations like whispers on the wind. The crackle of the fire seemed to pulse, mirroring their anticipation. A figure cloaked in shadows rose, their voice a low hum that drew the children in, weaving tales of gods and heroes, of monsters lying in wait, and the triumph of the human spirit. Around the world, in every corner of history, this scene played out in countless variations. Elders shared wisdom born of experience, crafting tales that bore the weight of truth and the lightness of myth. From the glistening shores of ancient Greece to the sacred groves of the Celts, the art of storytelling flourished. It was here, in the heart of these narratives, that the essence of education found its roots, an unbroken thread connecting past and present, teaching lessons wrapped in the beautiful fabric of myth. In early civilizations, mythology served more than just entertainment. It was the very vessel of knowledge. The Egyptians inscribed their stories upon the walls of great temples, their hieroglyphs a silent language that spoke of creation and the afterlife. Children would wander through these sacred spaces, their small fingers tracing the contours of deities, absorbing the lessons of balance, justice, and morality as they gazed at the vibrant depictions of gods like Ra and Anubis. Each story was a lesson, rich with meaning, teaching them the values their society cherished. Across the Mediterranean, the Greeks sculpted their myths into a tapestry of human emotions and divine interactions. In the bustling markets of Athens, merchants and philosophers convened, their debates echoing through the cobblestone streets. Young students listened intently, their minds a sponge for wisdom, as tales of Odysseus's cunning and Hercules' strength unfolded. They learned not just from books, but from the very essence of these stories, what it meant to be brave, to strive for greatness, and the consequences of hubris. The lessons were etched into their souls, forming the foundation of a society that valued both intellect and moral character. In the Americas, indigenous cultures had their own rich traditions, where knowledge was shared through oral storytelling. Under the watchful gaze of elders, children learned about the land, the animals, and the spirits that resided within. Tales of Coyote, the trickster, danced through the campfire smoke, teaching the values of cunning, adaptability, and respect for nature. Each narrative carried the weight of history, a reminder of ancestral wisdom passed down like a sacred heirloom. It was through these stories that the children understood their place in the world, the delicate balance they were a part of, and the importance of community. As the sun rose over the hills of ancient China, scholars gathered to hear the teachings of Confucius, whose words were laced with philosophy and moral guidance. The young pupils, sitting in rows on the grassy knolls, absorbed every word, their hearts swelling with the hope of becoming wise leaders one day. Parables and fables filled their days, each a lesson wrapped in layers of meaning. They learned about respect, the importance of family, and the pursuit of knowledge, each tale a stepping stone toward becoming virtuous individuals. In the vast landscapes of Africa, the griots sang songs of history, their voices resonating through the valleys. They were the keepers of memory, weaving together the threads of ancestry and culture into vibrant tapestries. Children gathered at their feet, wide-eyed and innocent, captivated by tales of great warriors and wise elders. Through rhythm and poetry, they learned about courage, resilience, and their heritage. The stories were not just entertainment. They were the lifeblood of the community, a way to instill values and keep the past alive. As the centuries rolled on, the world began to change. The rise of written language brought new forms of education, yet the power of mythology remained unwavering. The Romans embraced the Greek pantheon, merging tales into their own cultural narrative. Children in the bustling streets of Rome would hear stories of gods like Jupiter and Venus, their adventures and misadventures echoing through the arches of the Forum. They learned about love, power, and betrayal, lessons as relevant then as they are now. The stories connected generations, reminding them of their humanity. In the shadowy corners of medieval Europe, bards traveled from village to village, their songs a blend of history and folklore. They painted vivid pictures of knights in shining armor and dragons lurking in distant lands. In the flickering candlelight of taverns, townsfolk gathered, their laughter mingling with gasps of fear and awe. The children, nestled in their parents' laps, absorbed these tales, learning about honor, bravery, and the eternal battle between good and evil. Education danced hand in hand with mythology, each tale a lesson that echoed through the ages. With the dawn of the Renaissance, a renewed interest in the classics swept through Europe. Scholars pored over ancient texts, resurrecting the myths that had shaped civilization. In candlelit rooms, students marveled at the stories of Prometheus and Pandora, reflecting on themes of creation and consequence. The lessons were profound, igniting a flame of curiosity that would lead to groundbreaking discoveries. Yet, as the world moved toward the Enlightenment, the pure magic of storytelling faced challenges. Rationality began to overshadow myth, and the art of oral tradition waned. But even in this shift, the essence of mythology remained, embedded in literature and art. Writers like Shakespeare wove ancient tales into their works, reminding readers that the lessons of the past were still relevant, still powerful. History marched forward, ever-changing, yet the timeless act of passing down knowledge through myth endured. As the fire crackled on that cold night, the story weaver finished their tale, the children's eyes sparkling with wonder. They learned not just about distant gods and heroes, but about their own lives, their own struggles, and the values they would carry forward. The fire flickered, casting shadows that danced upon the earth, hinting at the next story waiting to unfold, an eternal cycle of education and mythology that would never truly end. Under a sprawling sky, where the stars twinkled like ancient wisdom waiting to be shared, a gentle breeze whispered through the trees, carrying tales from times long past. The air felt electric, charged with stories that echoed the rhythms of land and spirit. The truth was, these weren't just stories. They were the lifeblood of a culture that had thrived for thousands of years. Aboriginal myths weren't merely entertaining narratives. They were sacred, woven into the very fabric of the land, each word a thread that bound people to their ancestors and to the earth beneath their feet. In a small community nestled by the river, elders gathered around a flickering fire. The flames danced, casting shadows that seemed to breathe life into the stories being told. Each tale held immense weight, a treasure trove of knowledge about creation, morality, and the delicate balance between humanity and nature. Yet, as the stories flowed like the river beside them, a subtle tension lingered in the air, a silent acknowledgement that these sacred narratives were not just meant to be shared freely. Respect was paramount, like the gentle touch of the moonlight on sacred ground. The elders, with their weathered faces and wise eyes, understood the gravity of their responsibility. They spoke of the teachings embedded in their myths, lessons about respect for the land, the animals, and each other. But with each retelling came a reminder. These stories were not merely commodities to be passed around without thought. The act of sharing was fraught with implications, especially when it involved those outside their culture. The fire crackled, punctuating the air with a sense of urgency. The flames bore witness to the delicate balance of sharing and preserving. As the stories unfolded, they revealed the intricate threads of connection that tied the Aboriginal people to their ancestral lands. The tale of the rainbow serpent, a powerful figure who carved rivers and shaped the mountains, resonated deeply. This was not just a story of creation. It was a directive to respect the waterways that sustained life. To share such a story carelessly could risk diluting its profound meaning, leaving it vulnerable to misinterpretation. The elders exchanged knowing glances, acutely aware that the essence of their culture could be lost if treated as mere entertainment or folklore. A young man, eager to learn, leaned closer to the fire, his heart pounding with the weight of realization. He craved to understand, to connect, but he also felt the weight of responsibility resting on his shoulders. The elders had entrusted him with these stories, a sacred legacy that demanded respect. How could he honor that legacy while also seeking to share it with friends who knew nothing of its depth? The flickering flames mirrored his inner turmoil, igniting a sense of urgency that pulsed through him. Tales of the Dreamtime, where spirits roamed and the landscape was alive with magic, danced in the air. These were not mere bedtime stories. They were profound lessons about life, death, and everything in between. Each story held teachings that transcended generations, imparting wisdom that shaped values and behaviors. But with that wisdom came a heavy burden. The young man felt the weight of history pressing down on him, the voices of his ancestors whispering warnings about the consequences of careless sharing. Outside the circle, a curious outsider listened intently, captivated by the warmth of the fire and the rich narratives. Yet there was a line drawn in the sand, invisible yet palpable. The outsider sensed that the stories were not meant for them to take lightly. A shiver coursed through their spine, an instinctive recognition of the need to tread carefully. They were drawn to the beauty of the myths, but also felt the gravity of their significance. It was a dance of desire and respect, a complex waltz between eagerness to learn and the wisdom of restraint. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, the elders spoke of the importance of context. Stories could shift and change when taken out of their rightful place. They could be twisted, misunderstood, and ultimately lose their power. The flicker of the fire mirrored the flicker of understanding in the young man's eyes. He realized that sharing these stories required not just words, but the spirit of the land, the breath of the ancestors that came alive in the telling. With each tale, the fabric of connection grew stronger, but it was clear that with strength came responsibility. The elders articulated a philosophy that was both simple and profound. To share is to honor. To share is to respect the spirits that reside in every rock, river, and tree. Each story represented not just a point in history, but a living, breathing entity, deserving of reverence. The young man felt an overwhelming urge to embody that respect, to become a guardian of these narratives, ensuring that their essence remained intact. As the fire crackled and the stories wove themselves into the night, an unspoken pact formed among the listeners. They understood that some stories might need to remain private, sheltered under the watchful eyes of the elders. The thrill of discovery danced in the air, but it was tempered with the understanding that true connection required humility and reverence. The young man, now entranced, recognized that he was at the threshold of an intricate web of ethics surrounding the sharing of Aboriginal myths. Each thread pulled him deeper into the understanding that these were not mere tales to be handed out easily. They were sacred gifts, powerful and transformative, but only if treated with the utmost respect. The elders continued to share, their voices rising and falling like the rhythm of the land, each story a note in a timeless melody. And as the stars twinkled overhead, a profound truth settled over the gathering. The act of sharing these myths was not just about words. It was about the spirit behind them, the love and respect instilled in every syllable. A sudden gust of wind swept through the trees, rustling the leaves as if nature itself were echoing their thoughts, a reminder that they were all part of something greater. With hearts full and minds racing, the group sat in silence, absorbing the weight of what they had witnessed. The fire crackled on, a beacon in the night, illuminating not just the stories but the very essence of a culture that demanded respect, understanding, and an unwavering commitment to honor those who had come before. And as the night deepened, a new chapter began to unfold, one that would carry the echoes of these sacred tales into the future, a promise whispered between generations, forever intertwined. The flickering light of a campfire cast long shadows on the rugged landscape, where ancient trees whispered secrets to the wind. A group of Aboriginal elders sat cross-legged on the ground, their faces etched with the stories of generations past. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that tingles at the back of your neck and pulls at your heartstrings. Tonight, they would share tales that had been passed down through the ages, stories that were not just entertainment, but a lifeline to their identity. As the flames danced, they spoke of the Dreamtime, when the earth was formed and the creator beings walked among them, leaving behind the rivers, mountains, and animals that would come to symbolize their very existence. Each word was heavy with meaning, woven with the colors of the land, the sky, and the spirit. Their voices rose and fell like the rhythm of the waves, enchanting all who listened. Yet, beneath the beauty of these words lay a haunting truth. The world outside was changing, threatening the very fabric of their culture and mythology. In the distance, the low rumble of machinery shattered the stillness. The elders paused, exchanging worried glances. The sound belonged to a new reality, mining operations that encroached upon sacred sites, erasing centuries of history with each passing day. The land, once alive with stories, now teetered on the brink of silence. How could the myths survive in a world where the connection to the earth was being severed? Outside the warmth of the fire, a young boy named Jaden stood, his heart racing. He felt an unexplainable urge to protect the stories, to ensure they thrived even as the world around him shifted. In his dreams, he saw the spirit figures, the rainbow serpent coiling through the rivers, the kangaroo bounding across the plains, the emu dancing in the twilight. They urged him to listen and carry their messages forward. As the elders resumed their storytelling, Jaden leaned closer, his mind racing with thoughts of the future. Would his children, and their children, hear the same tales? Would the Dreamtime legends fade like smoke in the night? The elders spoke of the importance of keeping these stories alive, not just verbally, but through art, music, and dance. Their voices trembled with urgency, echoing the fear of losing a sacred inheritance. That night, Jaden made a silent promise to himself. He would learn everything he could. He would paint the stories, write them down, and share them with anyone who would listen. The fire crackled, sending sparks into the night sky, a reminder of the tenacity of these ancient tales that had weathered storms and trials over thousands of years. Days turned to weeks, and Jaden worked tirelessly, carrying the elders' words in his heart. He attended every ceremony, every gathering, eager to soak in the wisdom of his people. Each story he heard was a thread woven into the tapestry of his being. He felt the weight of the past pressing upon him, and although fear whispered doubts in the corners of his mind, a flame of hope flickered within him. He envisioned a time when his people would reclaim their narratives, standing tall against the tide of modernization threatening to wash them away. As seasons changed, Jaden noticed that the younger generation felt the same pull. They gathered in small groups, sharing tales among themselves, igniting a spark of interest that had been dimmed for too long. The rhythm of the didgeridoo resonated through their gatherings, a heartbeat of a culture determined to endure. They danced under the stars, their movements a tribute to the spirits of the land, a reminder that life thrived in unity with the stories that shaped them. Meanwhile, the outside world continued to evolve, with technology and globalization pushing into every crevice of existence. Social media platforms became a digital canvas for sharing their myths, blending ancient stories with modern art. Jaden took to the internet, posting videos of the elders telling stories, and soon people from all over the world engaged, fascinated by the richness of Aboriginal mythology. Through this newfound connection, Jaden saw the potential for a revival. The stories spread like wildfire, igniting passions in those who had never heard them before. As interest grew, so did the urgency to protect the land that held the ancestors' whispers and the memories of their struggles. Activists rose, rallying around the cause, demanding respect for sacred spaces while acknowledging the power of the narratives that defined them. But with growth came resistance. There were those who clung to their own narratives, dismissing the value of Aboriginal myths as relics of a forgotten past. Tension mounted, and as Jaden stood amidst protesters gripping banners, he felt the weight of centuries on his shoulders. This was a fight not just for land, but for the very essence of identity, for a future woven with respect for the past. His heart raced as he spoke, his voice trembling but fueled with conviction. These stories give life to our land. They tell us who we are, and without them, we are nothing. Tears glistened in the eyes of his community as they rallied around him. They were not just fighting for survival. They were igniting a movement, a resurgence of pride and recognition that rippled through the fabric of society. As the sun set on that momentous day, casting golden light over a sea of determined faces, Jaden felt an electric surge of possibility. The future of Aboriginal mythology was alive, pulsating with energy, waiting to be embraced by a world that could no longer ignore the wisdom contained within these ancient tales. With the fires of hope burning brightly, the shadows of the past danced around them, merging with the dawn of a new era. The stories would continue, resilient as ever, for they were the lifeblood of a culture that refused to be silenced. Jaden knew this was just the beginning, an uncharted path ahead, where tradition and modernity would intertwine, forging a new chapter in the timeless saga of Aboriginal mythology. And as the stars twinkled above, he could almost hear the whispers of the ancestors, urging him onward into the future.